for a very big game, and there are a couple of storylines here tonight. First of all, this is a Portland team that's trying to make it into the Eastern League playoffs. There's 1 week to go in the regular season. They're the defending champions, and right now Portland is on the outside looking in, so they need to get a win here tonight against Trenton. But the big story for many of these fans is the return of Jon Lester, who was a star here for the Sea Dogs back in 2005. He will make the start here tonight for Portland, stepping away from the Boston Red Sox for just one start. He'll make his return to the Red Sox rotation next week. So Lester will be on the mound here tonight for the Sea Dogs. This is a Portland team that's had a flair for the dramatic right here on NESN. We take you back to Fenway Park, August 11th. The Futures at Fenway, a walk-off win for the Sea Dogs. Jay Johnson was the hero in that game, coming up with the key hit in the 9th inning to beat Harrisburg. Johnson, the hero of that game, is standing by on the field with Mike Antonelli.
Jay, you get the game-winning hit at Fenway Park. Didn't even start that game on August 11th. When you're going to the ballpark on the bus, are you thinking, maybe I could have a big day today?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously being in a big league ballpark like that for the first time, myself, it's the first time I played in a big league ballpark, and with it being Fenway and all the history that's there, it's, wow, you just can't wait to get there and experience it and kind of get the butterflies out of your stomach. And unfortunately for me, that didn't happen until the 6th inning. So, yeah, just trying to get there and relax as much as possible. And then, I got hit prior to that game and the elbow. Didn't even know if I was going to get to play that game. So Arnie looked at me and said left field, and I went out there, and then, I came through when we needed.
Tough stretch for the Sea Dogs right now. They've dropped 13 of 15 in this ballpark. You're playing the champs here tonight in the Northern Division, the Trenton Thunder.
Yeah, these guys have thrown it well all year. Their team ERA speaks volumes for what these guys do night in and night out, and we know that coming in. These guys are going to pitch well, so that just puts that much more emphasis on us. Just try to do our job at the plate, make sure we have good at-bats, good pitches to hit tonight, and, it's going to be a battle from pitch one, and hopefully we can come out on top. We got a great pitcher in Jon Lester going for us tonight, too, so, you got to feel like if we do our job at the plate, we got a good chance to win the ball game tonight.
What's it been like having him in the clubhouse?
It's a unique experience. I've been to big league spring training games a couple times and got to hang around with those guys and just see how they go about their business. But just kind of seeing Jon here, it just lets us know, the big leagues really aren't that far away. And he's another guy. He's a human being. Sometimes you look at those guys and it's hard to imagine yourself in their shoes. And then here's Jon. My locker was right next to his in New Hampshire when he was, kind of getting his stuff together for his start, and just seeing how he's mentally going through it. And it's a big learning experience for everybody just to, be able to hang around him and see him here.
All right, Jay, good luck.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, Eric, back to you.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. When we come back, we'll have the starting lineups and the first pitch delivered by Jon Lester when the road to Fenway continues here on NESN.
I never go anywhere without my Papa-Pedic.
I can't bear to see you pay $1,400 more for a Tempur-Pedic.
This is Text to Win Challenge, and if you know how to text, you could be next. Your phone is your ticket to win this amazing 50-inch plasma TV. Just pick up your mobile phone and correctly answer 2 trivia questions in a row, and bam, you're entered to win. You can enter up to 10 times per weekly challenge. One of our lucky weekly winners will get a chance to win an all-expense-paid trip for 4 to the biggest pro football game of the year. So you better text. You could be next.
Just text TV31 to 79608.
This Friday, Kevin Millar, Miguel Tejada, and the Baltimore Orioles fly into town for a 3-game set. Last time they faced the Red Sox, the O's took 2 out of 3. Our coverage on Yawkey Way begins early. Start your weekend early. Friday Night Fenway, presented by Team Sully Mack.
We know that there are about 6,000 to 7,000 homeless people in Boston on any given night. I think the portal of entry to healthcare for most homeless people is the care of the foot. People who have to live outside need to struggle every day for a meal, for their bed, just to stay safe. You live by your wits and you live by your feet.
You can help by bringing a new package of white cotton socks to Fenway during the Sox Labor Day Weekend Series to benefit the Boston Healthcare for the Homeless program. For more information, visit NESN.com.
Weekend early with Friday Night Fenway, presented by Team Sully Mack.
The sooner we get you into the ballpark,
the sooner we get you into the game.
Every home game Friday, NESN delivers game day experience that is Friday night at Fenway Park.
So start your weekend early
at 5:30. It's the new prime time.
Friday Night Fenway, presented by Team Sully Mack.
One of the beauties of the crowds here in Portland, Maine, they are not late arriving crowds here in Portland, especially when Jon Lester is on the mound. Welcome back to Hadlock Field. You see it's a sellout here, not a seat to be bought here tonight heading into this game as the Portland Sea Dogs try to get in to the Eastern League playoffs. And this is the start of a 6-game series. Doubleheaders coming up tomorrow and the next day against this Trenton Thunder team. And here is the lineup for the Thunder against Jon Lester. Regi Corona leads off. Colin Curtis batting second. Jamal Strong hitting third. Noah Hall, the designated hitter, batting cleanup. Mike Kincaid is the first baseman batting fifth. Matt Carson, the right fielder. Carlos Mendoza plays third. JT LaFountain is doing the catching and batting ninth. The second baseman, Gabriel Lopez. And the pitcher for the Sea Dogs, the Eastern League Pitcher of the Year back in 2005, Jon Lester.
And we forget that Jon Lester is probably younger than half his teammates, only 23 years old, making the start for Portland here tonight. This is not a rehab start. 2-0 with the Boston Red Sox, a 5.67 ERA, picking up that win in his last outing, that second win on August 21st at Tampa Bay. He's pitched at Low A Greenville. He's pitched with Pawtucket. And tonight he's back with Portland. And Eric, the electricity when he came out of that bullpen, the crowd here went nuts.
It's been a buzz ever since Lester was sent here to Portland to make the start as Javier Lopez was called up from AAA Pawtucket. Lopez in the bullpen for the Red Sox right now, and Lester will return to the team after this start here tonight. Very good defense behind Lester here tonight. Jeff Corselletti's been excellent all season long at center field. Just 2 errors in 105 games played. Jay Johnson and Brian Pritz joining Corselletti in the outfield. Andrew Pickney, Iggy Suarez, Zach Borowiak, Aaron Bates, the infielders. John Otnes, a very good friend of Jon Lester, doing the catching. We'll get into that as we go along. And Lester is set to deliver his first pitch. Calling balls and strikes will be Robert Price. Grant Menke as at first, Vic Carapazza at third. So it's time to play ball here at Hadlock Field. And the first pitch on the way from Jon Lester is low for ball one. Regi Corona, the leadoff hitter for Trenton at 209. His 27th game here with the Thunder. He was promoted from Class A Tampa back on July 31st. That misses for ball two. It's 2-0. Two-0 pitch on the way from Lester. That's low, ball three. And a couple of times he's looked down at his landing spot on the mound as he tries to get reacquainted with the mound here at Hadlock Field that he pitched so well from back in 2005.
You see a fastball, cutter, big hammer, curveball, and a changeup from Lester.
3-0. Strike one. As Mike mentioned, the 23-year-old, we know the story, but his numbers so far with the Red Sox this year, 2-0. That's down low for ball four, and a leadoff walk for Corona as Lester will do some more work on the mound, trying to get comfortable out there. And again, Lester looking down to where that right foot came down and did a little digging, a little work on it. Who is that handsome guy? So the leadoff man aboard, and this will bring up Colin Curtis, the left fielder, a late addition to the Trenton lineup that originally had Juan Miranda in the lineup batting cleanup, but Noah Hall moved down to the cleanup spot, and Colin Curtis, native of Washington State, where Jon Lester is from, faced him a time or two growing up, is in there now in the number 2 spot. You see his numbers, 224 with a homer and 11 runs batted in. The 1-0 in there for a strike. It's 1-1.
Jon Lester had a great quote in his press conference Saturday in New Hampshire. He said, "I'd rather get my brains beat in than walk guys." That's something he wants to cut down, the walks, throw more strikes. He'd rather give up more hits than more walks.
Now the earned run average has been up this year with the Red Sox, a 2-0 record, but a 5.67 earned run average. This is popped up, heading towards foul ground. 3 players moving over, and it's the shortstop, Iggy Suarez, who makes the catch for the first out.
Iggy Suarez has played some great defense for the Portland Sea Dogs, covers a lot of ground going to his right, even into short center, but this is a long run where he's originally positioned at shortstop. near the seats on the third base side. That was just a beautiful play by Iggy. Just glides over there very easily.
This is our second game on Nesson here at Hadlock Field, and as many of you may know, Mike broadcasts all the games on radio here for the Sea Dogs, and you also have to handle a few media requests and phone calls. And how high has the interest been ever since that Lester start was announced?
Well, it was the first day we were in New Hampshire, so I thought it was a joke. First day in, their media relations guy said, Jon Lester's going to pitch with you guys. And I said, oh, okay. First day here. Then my phone started ringing.
And it didn't stop ringing.
I'm over my minutes, so I'm going to bill the Sea Dogs for the rest of those minutes.
And there were quite a few seats remaining here for this game here today. It's the start of a 6-game series, back-to-back doubleheaders. This all goes back to what we joked about back in May, all that snow you got back in April here. But it's a very busy week here and a couple of doubleheaders. But the tickets got gobbled up pretty quickly once Lester was slotted in for that start here. Runner goes. Throw down to second is too late, and Corona has a stolen base.
I believe it was close to 1,200 tickets were sold. It was originally reported that Lester was going to start in New Hampshire on Sunday. Pretty good throw by Otnes. A little bit low, but near the bag, and Corona's very quick. 4 stolen bases here, but did a good job in high A.
In Tampa, where he spent most of the season. So runner in scoring position, 2-1 count to Jamal Strong. Catches the inside corner. It's 2-2. Strong at 243. He started this baseball season in the Red Sox organization, spring training, and was eventually picked up by the Yankee organization. Strong, the number 3 hitter here for the Thunder, team that clinched the top spot in the Northern Division after yesterday's play. So they have earned a playoff spot, which is nothing new to the Thunder, but the running theme through the years has, can they get past the first round of the playoffs? And the Sea Dogs have taken care of business the last 2 years, followed through with an Eastern League championship last year.
Last 2 years, the division winner has not won the championship in the North.
3-2 pitch. Another walk for Lester. Well, those who have followed Jon Lester's comeback, and we know it was just about a year ago when he was diagnosed with anaplastic large cell lymphoma, and we know about the cancer treatment, the comeback that included the trip to Greenville and Pawtucket before coming back to join the Red Sox, and that start in Cleveland this year. But back to last year, and we have seen it at times this year, the control issues and throwing a lot of pitches and not making it deep into ball games. And it's got to be a challenge for Lester here to treat this appearance here at the AA level just like a normal start, pitching for the Boston Red Sox, a team that's had the best record in baseball throughout this baseball season. It's a big adjustment, I'm sure, in many ways. And just talking to Jon Lester, he's a guy who, will just give me a ball in the glove, I'll pitch anywhere at any time. But it is a transition here, and he's got to get to work here and work on those issues that have been plaguing him this year.
And there's some veterans in this lineup. Strong has been in the big leagues. Mike Kincaid, who's on deck, he's been in the big leagues as well.
A big swing from Noah Hall, the designated hitter, at 294 with 9 home runs and 46 RBI. He has 99 career home runs, and he was trying to make sure that cut was healthy enough for career home run number 100.
It looked like a cutter. Came right in on Hall.
0-2 pitch. Hall popped it up. Heading towards the right fielder. Pritz puts it away for the second out. Corona retreats back to second base.
Well, Eric, pitchers and pitching coaches, they talk about pitching to contact. You'd rather give up a lot of hits or you give up a solo home run. You just don't like to walk guys. In that previous series that the Sea Dogs saw in New Hampshire, saw some pitchers that had really struggled against them in the past with walks. They gave up some hard hit balls, but they were able to get through it. And I think that's something Jon Lester wants to do, is pitch to contact, cut down his pitch count. Like you said, he threw 99 pitches in a start earlier this year, only going 5 innings.
Mike Kincaid at the plate to face Lester, 375 hitter. This is his 18th game with the Thunder. Spent time with AAA Iowa this year. Fouls off the first pitch, 0-1. Corona walked to lead the game off, stole second. Jamal Strong, after Colin Curtis was retired, he walked, so 2 walks in the inning, 2 runners on, and 2 down with an 0-1 count to the number 5 hitter, Mike Kincaid. Lester will step off. They'll go through the signs again. You can tell that this has been an eagerly anticipated start here in Portland. That's inside for a ball, 1-1.
So Nesson with a hat trick in the games they selected with the Sea Dogs this year. Buckholz, the walk-off win at Fenway, and again Lester tonight.
And all this is planned out in March. Before anything, it's just there's some psychics in programming at Nesson. Catches the inside corner, 1-2.
You helped out with that, right?
No, I had nothing to do with it. If I had anything to do with the scheduling, we would have been here for opening day in April. And what would we have gotten for that? A couple of shovels, and we would have had to try to work on the field. If you remember back to those opening weeks of the season when snow hit Portland. 1-2 pitch, took something off it to get the strikeout to retire the side. So 2 runners are walked, 2 runners left on base. At the end of a half inning, it's scoreless here at Hadlock.
How would you like to run a business of your own from the comfort of your own home? Be your own boss, set your own hours, and make great money. It's not as crazy as it sounds.
Last year, I made over $100,000 a year from my home.
I just made a down payment for our vacation home, working part-time.
We gave up our jobs.
People thought we were crazy.
And we took in over $250,000 in our first year.
Yeah, you have to be crazy to visit this website and find out how to start your home business. Crazy like a fox. There are thousands of opportunities for you, full or part-time. Live the lifestyle you've been dreaming of. The secret is in this success kit. To get yours, log on now.
Next year, my goal is $500,000.
I made $5,000 yesterday.
We've made enough to spend winter in Hawaii.
Crazy? I don't think so. Log on now to get your success kit.
Well, Slugger just made his entrance on his all-terrain vehicle, but I'm happy to report that he does obey the rules of the road, unlike what we saw in Seattle with Coco Crisp earlier this year. So a nice job by Slugger to join us here at Hadlock, and he goes right to work in the stands. We'll go to work showing you the Portland lineup. Jeff Corsoletti, the leadoff man at 269 this year. He has speed and has 4th in the Eastern League in runs scored with 84. Iggy Suarez bats second. Jeff Natale, the designated hitter, hits 3rd. Aaron Bates, the cleanup hitter from Lancaster, where you put up big power numbers. Brian Pritz bats 5th. Jay Johnson 6th. Andrew Pickney 7th. John Otnes, Zach Borowiak, the 9 in the lineup to start this 6-game series with the Trenton Thunder, and they'll start it against Daniel McCutcheon.
And you see those numbers right there. He began the season in High A with the Tampa Yankees. He was 11-2 there with a 2.50 ERA. He was drafted last year by New York, so already making his way through the system in Double A. Was a 13th round pick out of the University of Oklahoma, and he's done a very nice job for this Trenton staff, who produced a guy named Joba Chamberlain, who's doing all right with the Yankees now in the bullpen.
Yeah, we'll go through some of the ties for both these organizations here at the Double-A level. It's really been amazing what Portland's been able to do, and Trenton, and contributing players that will be playing at Yankee Stadium in a big 3-game series starting tomorrow night between the Red Sox and the Yankees. Corsoletti, we start things off here for the Sea Dogs. Center fielder looks at a ball in the dirt. 1-1. 269, 4 home runs, 52 runs batted in. Dan McCutcheon with that 3-1 record, 28 strikeouts so far, as he's been on the fast track from University of Oklahoma to Tampa and now up to Trenton at the Double-A level. That one's fouled out of play. It's 1-2.
Jeff Corsoletti was named the Sea Dogs Big Dog of the Year before the game. It's based on the best player of each game, the most votes at the end of the year, and Jeff had the most at 14.
Is it determined by you during the broadcast?
So you had to bring that up, didn't you?
It is.
Yeah.
So there's got to be some sort of cash payment, I would think, coming from Jeff to you. That's inside for a ball. It's 2-2.
Well, you know me. I know how to work, so.
You see the vitals for Corselletti, who, believe it or not, growing up in Florida, grew up as a Red Sox fan because his dad was a football player at UMass. Father Art was a running back for the Minutemen. That's outside, 3-2.
And a legend in New Britain. That's where he went to high school. So every time we go there, Jeff has some family in town.
So it's worked out perfectly that Corselletti would end up wearing the Red Sox colors. That's fouled off. Count will hold at 3-2. The Florida Gator will step in there as manager of the Sea Dogs, Arnie Baylor, works the third baseline. That's in the dirt, a little bit low for a ball and a walk to lead off for Corselletti, and we'll have to keep an eye on him on the base paths. He leads the Sea Dogs in stolen bases this year with 17. Defensively for the Thunder in the outfield, Noah Hall was originally going to be in left field, but he was moved to DH. So it's Curtis who has moved into his place in left field. Strong and Carson out there as well. Mendoza, Corona, Lopez. Lopez with 11 errors at second base this year. Kincaid at first, and JT LaFountain behind the plate. This is the Trenton team that clinched the playoff spot and clinched the #1 spot in the Northern Division. PJ Piliteri, their catcher, has a finger injury, so he's gone on the disabled list. So LaFountain getting the call today, and really this is an opportunity if there's a couple of bumps and bruises before the playoffs start next Wednesday that they could be addressed now by Trenton. So LaFountain getting a chance. 1-1 the count to Iggy Suarez at 244 with 3 homers and 40 runs batted in. Corselletti takes his lead off first. There he goes. Throw on the way to second base, and Corselletti has stolen his 18th base of the season.
And with Corselletti, with his speed, McCutchen looked like he had a high leg kick right there, so that was an easy stolen base. Well, it wasn't too bad, but Corselletti got a good jump. He's the team leader in steals.
But also with a reserve catcher in there as well, you want to test him. Portland right now behind New Hampshire for that second and final playoff spot given to a team from the Northern Division. So the Sea Dogs are going to make it back to the playoffs. They have to have a very good week here against Trent. 6 games against the best team in the Eastern League, and Trent has been outstanding all season long. Their pitching has just been phenomenal. A team earned run average of 3.06, and McCutchen has fit right in with that.
That's the second best ERA in minor league baseball.
3-1 pitch to Suarez. Close, but a ball. So back-to-back walks to start the game from Dan McCutchen. Let's show you the Northern Division standings, and the New Hampshire Fisher Cats taking 3 out of 4 down in Manchester this past weekend to take over second place. You see how Trenton is far away and away, the #1 team in the division, but the top 2 teams will play each other in the first round of the playoffs. So Portland and New Hampshire fighting it out for second place.
And the season series is tied at 14 games apiece. So if there was a tie, it goes by runs scored. Portland would host the playoff game here.
Now, we thought the Red Sox played the Orioles, the Devil Rays, the Yankees, the Blue Jays a lot, but 28 games against one team in a 142 game schedule.
And 18 of those games for the Sea Dogs were at New Hampshire, where it's become a second home there.
1-0 pitch, check swing, fouled off. It's 1-1 to Jeff Natale, the designated hitter, at 272 with 5 homers, 56 runs batted in. His on-base percentage is 3rd in the Eastern League. You see over the last 10 games for Natale, he's tried to do his part at .310, but only 2 runs batted in. Scoring runs has been a problem for the Sea Dogs here during a slide, which has been a real awful slide here, especially on this field here, Mike.
13 of 15 they've lost here at Hadlock. They won that game at Fenway August 11th, a home game, so they're 3-13 in their last 16 home contests.
1-1 pitch to Natale. That's a ball. It's 2-1. So control trouble here from McCutchen in the early going. He's walked the first 2. Suarez is at first. Corselletti is at second. Nobody out here in the home half of the first.
Just 21 walks, Eric, and 101 innings for McCutchen, coming in 2 already.
That's inside, 3-1.
But now this club, the Sea Dogs, they lead the Eastern League in walks. They're very patient hitters. Corsoletti, Natali, they're in the top 5 in the league in walks. They're not going to give in. There's a Portland, Maine. Well, he was here for 2 years of his life. Tony Franklin, the manager of Trenton. Nothing worse than watching walks, which you can see from that expression.
So right now, Natali is in the driver's seat, 3-1, as McCutcheon with control trouble here in the first. That one's fouled out of play. The count will go full 3-2.
But this being the last week of the regular season, the Sea Dogs had a road trip where they won all 6. They've won 5 games since. You want to start playing better at home, and it starts here tonight. You can't worry about, there's 5 more games in the series, but it's got to start tonight. Hopefully have a big first inning right off the bat.
3-2 pitch. Fouled off left side. Now over the last 20 games, Portland 5-15, and we talk about it all the time here on the road to Fenway. The importance is developing players and getting players who can contribute to the big league club, which we certainly have seen this year with some of the key players from the Sea Dogs in recent memory playing for the Red Sox, including tonight's starting pitcher, Jon Lester. 3-2 pitch. That's fouled off.
Wow.
Hot shot. And hopefully everybody's okay down in that Trenton dugout.
Or maybe not. That's Juan Miranda, I believe, who was originally in the lineup before the game. He was scratched.
3-2 pitch. Outside, ball 4, and McCutcheon has walked, the bases loaded. Well, when Mike and I were talking about what to expect in this game, we looked at McCutcheon and how well he's pitched with Trenton with an earned run average below 2, and we know that Jon Lester is just making a little layover here at the Double-A level before returning to the major leagues. We expected great stuff from him, but Lester walked a couple in the first, and now McCutcheon has walked the bases loaded here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, you look at numbers sometimes. The Sea Dogs in this ballpark have struggled against some teams that are in the lower ends of ERA in the Eastern League, against some bad teams. Quite frankly, they're playing the best right now, so this is a challenge for them, and they've gotten off to a good start. Now, Aaron Bates, who spent most of the season at High A Lancaster, has a chance here. He's been struggling from that cleanup spot. His first game in Double-A, Eric, was at Fenway. How about that for a debut?
One to remember. Scott Aldred has finished his conversation on the mound with Dan McCutcheon. But now Aaron Bates, the cleanup hitter, will step in. The number's not there yet for Bates since his promotion here to Double-A from Single A Lancaster. At 160 with 2 homers, 8 runs batted in. This is his 16th game with the Sea Dogs. And he looks at strike 1. 92 on the in-house radar gun here on that fastball delivered by McCutcheon.
And with it being very early in the game here, Trenton sits back, plays for 2. They'll give up a run.
0-1 pitch. Bates, little bloop out towards second base, and that's hauled in by the second baseman Lopez for the first out. So Bates is retired, first out of the inning, and Brian Pritz will come up. He's quite a story. He's 8th in the Eastern League in hitting right now at .304. The number 5 hitter for the Sea Dogs steps in, the right fielder, with a chance here to get Portland on the board.
A non-drafted free agent signed by the Red Sox, came into the season, Eric, as the 4th outfielder. Has played himself into an everyday player. He's been very consistent.
First pitch to Pritz, ball 1.
Hopefully 13 is lucky. He swapped with Jon Lester.
Pritz normally number 31, but he gave up that number for Jon Lester's start here today. Well, Pritz taking a bit of a gamble to go to 13, but we'll see if he's a superstitious sort. This one is a fly ball, a mile high to shallow left. The shortstop moving back. Infield fly rule is called, so Pritz is retired. The runners hold their places, and there are 2 down. So whatever Aldred had to say to McCutcheon seems to be paying off.
It's been part of the struggles for the Sea Dogs at home, runners in scoring position, but especially with nobody out. They've really had a tough time with that first guy coming up, just trying to advance the guy. You can commit an out or make an out there with nobody out, but get a sac fly, but move the runners. That was a big first out McCutcheon got on Bates.
Well, the perfect guy is at the plate right now if they're going to come up with a key hit with 2 outs and runners in scoring position, because Jay Johnson this year 7 for 11 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. That's outside for a ball. This would be a key time for that for Johnson, even though we're in the early going. Sea Dogs struggling to score some runs, struggling here at home. He can deliver a key hit. Johnson, another one who's made the move up. Playing in front of a full house here at Hadlock Field. 2 down, bases loaded, bottom of the first. Dan McCutcheon trying to wiggle his way out of a jam. Johnson, fly ball, shallow center field, dropping quickly and in for a hit. Johnson delivers again in the clutch. 2 runs in to score, and the Sea Dogs take a 2-0 lead.
Well, his last hit on Nesson was a 2-run single, so he stays consistent. That's a good piece of hitting with 2 outs. Didn't try to do much with it. Looked like it was away from Johnson. That was down and in, and he was able to get to it, and little pop flare to center to score 2. Those walks killed McCutcheon.
So make it 8 for 12 for Johnson with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. He comes through. It wasn't a single that was exactly smoked, but it did the job. Now a ground ball from Pickney to second, and that does it for the inning. But Johnson comes through with a key hit with 2 down to chase home 2 runs. And at the end of 1, the Sea Dogs are on top of the Thunder 2-0.
Do you need a home loan? Let us help you today. Here at the National Mortgage Center, you are our valued customer. Imagine having up to 3 banks competing for your business.
It's true. I made 1 fast and easy phone call, I was approved, and I received 3 great offers to refinance my home.
Homeowners, wouldn't you prefer the banks competing for your business? Call this number right now and receive up to 3 free quotes for your home loan needs.
I was dangerously in debt. My credit was in the low 500s. But after 1 quick phone call, I was approved for 3 life-changing offers. And now I'm debt-free.
Cash in today. Get money for debt consolidation, home improvements, even vacations. Our banks have the lowest rates in the industry. Poor credit? No problem. Call our loan hotline today and receive up to 3 free quotes.
It's that easy. The National Mortgage Center helped me. They can help you too.
All homeowners are approved for up to 3 free quotes. So call our 24-hour loan hotline now.
It's a perfect late summer evening here in Portland, Maine. The Sea Dogs on top of the Thunder 2-0. And just a few moments before this game began, Jon Lester made his way in from the bullpen in right field here at Hadlock Field. And much like his return to Fenway Park last Tuesday, Lester was warmly greeted by the fans here at Hadlock Field. Tip of the hat to the crowd here at Hadlock Field, and after giving up a couple of walks, Lester battled back to strike out Mike Kincaid to end the first inning and keeping the Thunder off the scoreboard. And the Sea Dogs gave Lester a couple of runs to work with thanks to 3 walks in the first inning. Dan McCutcheon gave up a bloop single to Jay Johnson. He brought in 2 runs, and it's 2-0 Sea Dogs as Lester gets set for a second inning of work through 21 pitches in that first inning against Trenton.
And McCutcheon threw 27 in the first. First 3 walks, it didn't hurt him until that 2-out hit.
First pitch in there for a strike. Matt Carson at the plate for Trenton, team leader in home runs and RBI, hitting a .254 in the season, the right fielder. Be followed by Carlos Mendoza, JT LaFountain. 6, 7, and 8 here in the top half of the second. How about Trenton's record this year, Mike? 78 wins for the Thunder. They've had a fantastic run, been doing it with great pitching, and They sent a couple of guys like Jabba Chamberlain and emergency replacements up the line through Scranton Wilkes-Barre and on to the Yankees to help New York through their early season doldrums. But they have just not missed a beat here after losing a few key guys. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Second strikeout for Lester, and there's one down.
And the Sea Dogs have not seen some of those great arms. Chamberlain and Kennedy. There's a fastball in, tied him up for the strikeout. But the Thunder have had some great arms here, and it's the way the Yankees are going now. Chamberlain's been outstanding with the big league club out of the bullpen.
One away. Ball one to Carlos Mendoza. Mendoza at 216. No home runs, 16 runs batted in. Batting with one down here in the second. Popped up right side. Second baseman Borowiak goes back. Move towards center. 2 away. So there's 2 down, and John Otnes, the catcher, goes out for a brief word with Jon Lester. And this is a perfect battery here tonight because Otnes and Lester have a history.
They do, and I talked to John in New Hampshire, and he caught a lot of his sides in the offseason. So he was the first guy to catch John. They're from Washington. They're close friends, and they played at rival high schools. And Otnes has some good stuff to tell you about pitching to Lester.
That's down for ball one to JT LaFountain.
These guys are all great athletes. Otnes, as you see there, he was a pitcher in high school, also caught, played third, pitched a complete game against Lester's rival high school.
Well, it's got to add to a little bit of a comfort level on both sides here as Lester comes back here. Big leaguer coming down to Double-A to pitch for the Sea Dogs, and Otnes, a guy who's caught him already this season, as Mike mentioned, during the spring. Back up the middle and under the glove of the second baseman, Borowiak. Wasn't hit that hard, and Borowiak just couldn't judge it the right way to make the grab, and LaFountain is on.
Well, Borowiak kept backing up on this ball hit to him. You see him at the last minute. That ball kind of took a tricky hop, but still, it's a high-risk play there when you go to the backhand, moving back towards the outfield grass. It's an error on Zach Borowiak.
His 7th error of the season. So runner on and 2 down for the number 9 hitter, Gabriel Lopez, at 257. 46 runs batted in. Strike 1 to Lopez.
Now, this is not the best hitting club in the Eastern League, Trenton, but I don't think they mind sacrificing some offense. Their pitching has been dynamite.
You mentioned that team ERA 3.06. Opponents hitting 229 against Trenton pitching this year. So usually a run or two has been good enough for the Thunder because they've had the pitching to back it up. Tonight, Trenton trying to come back against Jon Lester.
It's shown in postseason. I mean, if you're built to pitch, you're going to win more of those games.
1-1 pitch to Lopez. Line drive, base hit, left field. First hit for the Thunder, and they have 2 on with 2 out here in the second.
Well, there's not many guys in the dugout of Trenton that have seen Lester going back to 05. Gabe Lopez, though, one of them. He was 1 for 4 back in 05. Gets a fastball in and ripped it. Omir Santos also has some history. He's not playing. Jason Brown, a former Sea Dog, and Matt Carson. Those are the 4 guys who've had at-bats against Lester, who made 3 starts against Trenton back in 05.
So back to the top of the order with 2 down. Regi Corona, who walked and stole second in the first, steps in for the second time against Lester. That's blooped up on the right side, calling for the first baseman Aaron Bates to end the inning. So the Thunder get their first hit against Jon Lester, but they have not scored through 1.5 here at Hadlock Field.
Hello.
Mrs. Anderson, this is Mark Brown. I'm from the collections department.
Oh, hi. Listen, I'm sorry I haven't sent in my payment yet. I'll get it in as soon as I can.
Mrs. Anderson, if I may make a suggestion, I'm noticing a pattern in your payment history. Since you've reached your spending limit, you've only been paying the minimum balance.
Is that a problem?
Well, no, but then your payments started coming later and later, and now you haven't been sending any at all.
Some things have come up, and
Maybe you should call In Charge. They'll work with you and come up with a solution that's right for you.
When life hands you a little more than you can manage, you can call In Charge Debt Solutions. We're a nonprofit company that puts people back in control by helping them manage their debt. Our certified personal care counselors will stop the collection calls. We'll work with your creditors to help lower your interest rates. You'll have one affordable monthly payment so you can keep living your life. We'll help you pay off your debt sooner, without a loan and without declaring bankruptcy. You can call In Charge today. We'll help you get control of your debt and show you how to stay that way. Must be 18 or older to call.
2 innings in the books for Jon Lester, and before the game, pitching coach Mike Cather told us about the Lester experience. He didn't just show up here tonight in Portland to make his start before returning back to the Red Sox. He's been with the team since their trip to New Hampshire this past weekend. It's been good to have him around. Here's Cather.
Well, I think it's great because he came up through the system, and a lot of these guys had played with him at other levels. And, you know, it's kind of a reality check for these guys that it's not that far away. And it seems that a lot of the guys have drawn a lot from his presence here, and it's good to have somebody with his talent and his experience talking to the guys. And the younger guys are picking his brain, just the way I expected, and it's always a positive when you get somebody with his talent.
Cather also telling us before the game, you know, when asking about, well, are there any restrictions, you know, what's happening here tonight for Lester? This is not a rehab start. I mean, everybody is being told that, and I think Cather stressed that in what little he had to say about Lester. He's like, hey, he's coming here to pitch, and I'm just going to stay out of the way pretty much and just let him do his thing. Lester's battery mate steps in to lead off the second inning. John Otnes takes a strike from Dan McCutcheon. Otnes with a ground ball foul down the left field line. So quickly 0-2 on Otnes.
With Doug Mirabelli getting hurt last week, that caused a lot of promotions, including Dusty Brown, who went to AAA, Kevin Cash to the big leagues, and now Otnes and Salvador Paniagua doing the catching duties. But basically, Otnes has been the everyday guy. You know, it must be nice for a minor league coaching staff to don't have to worry about pitch counts tonight.
Yeah.
You got a big league guy out there.
Tonight you can learn a thing or two from that big league guy who you made a great point at the top of the telecast. Remember, Jon Lester's 23. You know, he's younger than a lot of these kids playing right now for Portland, but back here and doing his work this week before we expect September 2nd, which is this coming Sunday, to pitch against the Orioles at Fenway Park Sunday afternoon. That's what the target is. Things could change, but that's what we're expecting next for Lester. Otnes has worked the count even at 2-2. Now he sends a ground ball too short. Corona up and throwing the first one away.
And Jon Lester is going to stay with the Sea Dogs through this homestand. I like what Mike Cather said, you know, his influence and just him being in the dugout and being around, and he's not acting any different. He takes, you know, this job just as seriously. He goes out there during batting practice. He's with his club, doesn't cut out early, shows at the ballpark like everyone else. And they see that too, and that reflects well on Jon Lester, and his teammates learn a thing or two about being, you know, a true professional.
With the Red Sox in New York facing the Yankees, Lester will do his work here between starts and rejoin the team when they return to Fenway Park Friday.
How about this? The Yankee-Red Sox rivalry in AA, and then it heats up.
Starting a big week here on NESN of Yankee Red Sox. Starting at the AA level, we'll move up to the majors starting tomorrow night. Zach Borowiak is retired. Fly ball to center fielder Jamal Strong. 2 down. But the players you see here today, we may be talking about in a Yankee Red Sox series at Yankee Stadium or Fenway Park in the not too distant future. I mean, look at the former Sea Dogs who have made it to the major league level so quickly. Beckett and Euclid, of course, their time comes back to the Florida Marlins when they were the parent club of the Portland Sea Dogs. But how about the class of 2005? Jon Lester, who's starting here tonight, and he'll return to the Red Sox. Jonathan Papelbon, one of the best closers in baseball, if not the best closer in baseball right now.
Manny Del Carmen, who has had a terrific comeback in the middle of this year with the Red Sox and is getting some key outs for the Sox out of the bullpen, and Dustin Pedroia, who's a candidate for the Rookie of the Year right now, playing second base for the Red Sox. I mean, that's just the 1995 Portland Sea Dogs. That one sent through the right side by Corselletti for a 2-out single. That's amazing. And then if you want to take it a step further, we took it back to Beckett and Euclid, guys before the Red Sox were the parent club. But how about Hanley Ramirez? You know, the key chip to acquire Beckett, who comes back to New England. And Kaysen Gabbard, David Murphy, part of that 2005 team. And now Eric Gagne traded for those two. I mean, it's really going to go down as one of the most important years for the Red Sox, especially if you take a look at that 2005 draft and the players in that class. Jed Lowry, Jacoby Ellsbury, Craig Hansen, Clay Buchholz, Michael Bowden. I mean, it's a who's who from that single year. Corselletti on his way to second, and he has his second stolen base in as many innings.
And he wasted no time running on the first pitch. You said earlier about JT LaFountain, the backup catcher in there. He just couldn't find the handle on this changeup in the dirt. And that's tough to throw at a guy when you don't have the handle. But 2005, one of the best years ever for this franchise, the Sea Dogs. That club, all those guys, a lot of those guys you mentioned were here.
The stolen base puts Corselletti in scoring position, and Iggy Suarez will drive him home. It's 3-0 Sea Dogs. Suarez in safely to second base. A couple of 2-out hits for the Sea Dogs, and Mike, you mentioned it, the lack of timely hitting for Portland during this slide, but perhaps they're rediscovering that clutch hitting at just the right time in the final week of the regular season.
And this is what this club has done for most of the year when they're successful. They get the big hits, the 2-out hits, which are tough to get, and run, you know, putting on pressure here. 2 outs, you get a single, you steal, and this club has been struggling. Those are the things you do. Tries to jolt everyone up, and it certainly worked.
Curveball outside to Jeff Natale, who walked in the first. So 3-0 Portland against Dan McCutcheon. The regular season actually ends 1 week from tonight on Labor Day. The playoffs begin a week from Wednesday. Trenton is already in. Portland is trying to play their way in to that #2 spot in the Northern Division. So a real critical week here for Arnie Baylor's team, and we will be talking to the manager of the Sea Dogs coming up during the next half inning. His team now on top of Trenton 3-0. Catches the corner for a strike. It's 2-1 to Natale. So McCutcheon got Otnes and Borowiak, but a 2-out single by Corselletti, followed by the double by Suarez, and now a line drive to left field, and backing off is the left fielder Curtis, and Suarez will come around to score the 4th run for the Sea Dogs. 4-0 Portland.
And this all with 2 outs. All the runs have been with 2 outs. McCutcheon, that was right down the middle. I mean, Natale just ripped it. You can tell McCutcheon just by his expression after that pitch, he's not locating that fastball where he wants. That pitch to Suarez on that double was in, but not in enough. The Sea Dogs have capitalized.
Well, McCutcheon came in on a roll at the AA level. The 3-1 record, the 1.86 earned run average, but he's been touched for 4 earned runs so far here through an inning and 2/3. And Aaron Bates, the cleanup hitter, looks at ball 1. Bates popped out to second base his first time up. One thing the Sea Dogs are making McCutcheon do is work 27 pitches in that first inning, and putting up a big number here in the second as Bates takes it deep to left field, and it's off the top of the main monster. Rounding third, heading home is Natale. Here's the throw to the plate, and Natale trying to reach for the plate, and he's out at home. Natale trying to score from first base, and LaFountain did a good job of blocking entrance to that plate. And the home plate umpire, Robert Price, on top of the play, saying that the tag was made before Natale touched the plate. Sea Dogs put 2 more on the board. It's 4-0 Portland after 2.
Reason number 12 why you should own a ThermoSpa's hot tub. They require no attachment to your home's plumbing. Simply fill it with a garden hose and plug it in. ThermoSpa's unique thermofiltration system is completely built in and filters the water an incredible 144 times a day, so your water stays crystal clear with very little maintenance. All you need to do is enjoy yourself every day of the year. Call to receive a free DVD and 48-page brochure and learn the most important reason. Buying direct, you can own a ThermoSpa for only a few dollars a day. Call now and we'll include free delivery, free chemicals, and a $400 cash coupon. This $1,000 offer is free.
Call 800-351-7300.
ThermoSpas. Luxurious hot tubs made affordable.
Good start for the Sea Dogs here at Hadlock Field. 4-0 Portland at the end of 2. And we're joined right now by the manager of the Sea Dogs, Arnie Baylor. Arnie, thank you very much for joining us. And it's been a good start so far. When you take a look at the 2-out hits, the clutch hits already, 5 hits with 2 outs for your team, something that's probably been lacking here over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's what, we've been pretty successful with 2-out hits, and we haven't had a few lately, and that's been the difference. We left a lot of guys on base. We've got, 3 2-out hits tonight, and it's made a big difference, and, had a nice chance right there to score a run. That had a nice slide, and we just couldn't get through the catcher there. But Johnny's doing a good job out here kind of getting us rolling, and hopefully we can keep going.
What have you seen so far from Lester? I know it's just give him the keys and let him do his thing, but what have you been observing here?
Well, he's throwing strikes and working ahead, and he's got stuff too. So he's been a little rusty. The balls he's got hit, he's been up in the zone with for the most part, but he's challenging hitters and getting ahead. He looks like he's got his cutter going into the righties, and showed a good breaking ball there a couple innings ago. The first inning, if he gets his breaking ball going here a little bit, should be pretty interesting.
Arnie been real aggressive on the base paths with Jeff Corsoletti. It's really nice getting the top 2 guys going. That's been a struggle for you.
Well, then those guys get on. They're green light guys, and they're pretty good at checking the catchers and stealing signs from the catchers and things like that. And both pitches, if you noticed, he's ran on their off-speed pitches, and they really take advantage of that. It's just a matter of getting them on to give them a chance.
What's it been like in the clubhouse having Jon Lester around?
Oh, he's a pro. He's a great guy. He fits right in with these guys. He's younger than half of them on this team, so he's just an outstanding guy. He works hard and just fits right in. You really don't even know he's around, and that's kind of how you like it. He's outstanding.
Arnie, when you take a look at the schedule, you got 6 games here with Trenton. You got back-to-back doubleheaders. I mean, do you start looking ahead a little bit, because you can't avoid it? I mean, it's just staring you right in the face about how busy this week's going to be for you here and how you try to manage your pitchers and all your personnel.
Well, we're going to get some help here, from some guys, and they're going to come in and help us out. And but we just got to play the games. Every night means something. It's meant something for the last couple of weeks, and so we've just got to show up and play the games and kind of see where we're at, kind of see where we get things going, and see next Sunday where we're at and see if we've still got a chance.
Well, we wish you the best, Arnie. Thanks for a couple of minutes here tonight.
Thank you guys very much. Anytime.
All right, Arnie Baylor, the manager of the Portland Sea Dogs. It's a leadoff double for Colin Curtis. Hard hit ball to right field against Jon Lester. 7th double of the season for Curtis, who's on to lead off the 3rd.
That fastball came in on Curtis, and he was able to turn on it quickly. And watching it all the way, because in this corner here, Eric, down the right field line, you never know. That takes some funny bounces down there. We see a lot of triples in the right field corner.
So a leadoff double for Trenton. And a good fastball there from Lester to start off Jamal Strong, who walked in the 1st. Two in the 1st for the Sea Dogs, 2 in the 2nd. Lester working here in the 3rd. Ground ball, foul, and it's quickly 0-2. Strong, the number 3 hitter, be followed by the cleanup man Noah Hall, as Trenton tries to work their way back, falling behind quickly against Lester and the Sea Dogs. 0-2 pitch. High for a ball, 1-2. And talking to Arnie Baylor too, it was 21 pitches in the first inning and a couple of walks, but better second inning for Lester. Just 13 pitches in that second inning, and it would have been a 1-2-3 inning had it not been for the error charged to the second baseman Borowiak. That's in the dirt, 2-2.
Yeah, and sometimes errors might not show up and reflect runs on the scoreboard, but in that inning, only 13 pitches for Lester, but should have been out of the inning after just 3 batters.
Two balls, 2 strikes, nobody out here in the top of the third. Jon Lester given a head start here in the early going, a 4-0 lead as Portland with a couple of key 2-out hits. And now Strong asks for time. Curtis with a leadoff double at second. And now Otnes is going to come out to the mound and talk to Lester. Could have been 5-0, and that play to end the second inning. Play at the plate as Natale tried to score from first. Bates missed a home run by maybe, 2 feet? But a good relay. Strong throw to the plate and a little high, but a good play by LaFountain, the catcher, to make the block at home plate.
A little hook by the catcher to keep him off. Nice play.
2-2. Ball 3, 3-2. So Jamal Strong was down 0-2. He's worked the count full against Jon Lester. Lester walked 2 batters in the first inning through 21 pitches. That catches the inside corner. Strike 3 call. Third strikeout for Lester. 1 away.
And when you can control a fastball at 91 and 92 miles an hour, knee high inside, you'll be successful. That's an unhittable pitch. Strong thought it was down and in. Might have been a little down and in, but that's a pretty good spot for Lester. You want to stay there all night, especially on a right-handed hitter.
91 on the radar gun here at Hadlock, so 1 away. Now bring up the cleanup hitter Noah Hall. Hall flew out to right field in the first. Ground ball up the middle, base hit. Franklin's going to send the runner Curtis home. The throw comes in, cut off by Bates. Trenton's on the board. It's 4-1. So an RBI single for Hall, his 47th run batted in of the season, and Trenton has broken through against Jon Lester.
And Noah Hall's a guy the Yankees got from the Baltimore system. He was teammates with Corey Kaler, who's not playing tonight for the Sea Dogs. They played last year in Bowie. So this lineup features some position players that are not from the organization, as the Yankees have gone with more pitchers through the draft, and they've kind of pieced together this Trenton club with some guys from other organizations like Strong, Hall, Kincaid, the 3, 4, 5 guys, older guys, veteran guys, to surround against some of these younger guys that have come up from their high A club in Tampa.
First pitch to Mike Kincaid, ball 1. Well, the focus has been on pitching, and where in years past the Yankees may have traded some of those prospects away for a quick fix at the major league level, they've been pretty patient, and it's paying off with the likes of Chin-Ming Wong and Jabba Chamberlain, who played in Trenton very recently. That's a foul ball, and it's 1-1. Phil Hughes, another highly regarded pitcher who played for the Trenton Thunder. And how about the pitchers on the staff this year? They have the Eastern League Pitcher of the Year on the staff right now for the Trenton Thunder, Alan Horn,
who went yesterday, so the Sea Dogs won't see him.
Take a look down at that Trenton bullpen. Tyler Clippard is a guy who was with Trenton last year, went to Scranton Wilkes-Barre this year, made his major league debut and won, but kind of struggled a little bit. Chase Wright, another one, lefty, who's pitched very well for this Trenton team. So,
and he's in the record book in the big leagues for giving up those 4 straight home runs to the Red Sox on Sunday Night Baseball.
That's high for a ball, 2-1. The road to Fenway coming to you from Hadlock Field in Portland, Maine, home of the Sea Dogs. Eric Freed, Mike Antonellis with you here tonight, a Monday evening in Portland, as the Sea Dogs start a 6-game series with the Trenton Thunder. Back-to-back doubleheaders coming Tuesday and Wednesday between these two teams, and Trenton has broken through against Jon Lester, making one start here at the AA level. Lester has given up a couple of hard-hit balls here in this inning. It's led to the first run for the Thunder, and now they have 2 on with 1 out after the single by Mike Kincaid.
And Lester's control has been a lot better after the first inning, giving up a hit in the second, a couple here in the third, as John Ottis, a good friend, will go out and talk to him. And I love that expression, though, in that quote. He said, it sticks with me. I'd rather get my brains beat in than walk guys. It's a good mentality to have. And if a guy gives up 10 runs on 10 hits and no walks, would he be all right with that? I don't, maybe that's extreme.
Sounds good at the time, but if you are indeed getting beat up by the bats, I'm sure it stings just as much. But that has been the issue for Lester, as we've discussed here already tonight. It's been the control. Hasn't had a walk charged to him since the first inning, but he's been hit here in the third inning. First pitch strike to Matt Carson on the curve. Carson struck out, leading off the second inning. 3 strikeouts so far for Jon Lester. (4-1) Portland here in the top of the third. Runners on first and second. Low for a ball, 1-1.
In this sequence here to Carson, he starts him off with a curveball and goes changeup. A lot different than the way he started Hall and Kincaid. I'm sure he's learned that from pitching at the big leagues. Can't be predictable.
1-1 to Carson. Popped up right side, foul ground. Let's see if Bates has enough room, and he does, to put away the second out. So a key out there for the Sea Dogs and for Lester. 2 down, 2 on, with Carlos Mendoza coming to the plate here in the third. Colin Curtis started the inning with a double. Hot shot into the right field corner. He would score on an RBI single by Noah Hall. Mike Kincaid followed with a single to move Hall to second. But a foul out by Carson. Strikeout for Jamal Strong, the 2 outs here in the inning. And it's up to Mendoza to try to keep it going for the Thunder, trailing 4-1 here in the third. Foul tip, and that caught quite a bit of the umpire, Robert Price.
So the umpires are wearing that hockey goalie mask now. And right below it, I believe.
And look at right at the top of the chest protector. Yeah, and it kind of ricocheted up to the bottom of that mask.
Did Charlie O'Brien bring that to baseball for the catchers? I'm not sure. I know he played for the Blue Jays, but I didn't know the umpires wore those now. Get you pumped for hockey season.
I think Price is going to be okay, but he's probably wishing he had a little bit more of that goalie protection than what he's being offered right now. But not much of a delay here. 0-1 the count to Mendoza. Chopped third. Up with it. Pinckney throws the first, and in time to retire Mendoza and to retire the side. Trenton scores their first run against Jon Lester. It's 4-1.
Black Bear football is primed and ready for the 2007 season. With Maine football, it's more than just a game. It's the tailgating. It's enjoying family fun. It's about camaraderie. It's immersing yourself in tradition. It's Maine pride.
Join us for Maine's 116th season on the gridiron by ordering your season tickets today.
Welcome to American Concrete in Vesey, where we've been providing great-looking Shawnee steps to homes across Maine for 50 years. If you're thinking about new steps to your home, look no further than American Concrete. We carry a wide array of rugged Shawnee steps, from basic to unique. Look what we've done for this home. Don't forget to check out American Concrete for septic tanks, well tiles, frost posts, pads, manholes, and all your precast needs. 1717 Stillwater Avenue in Veazey, 947-8334. We are American Concrete.
A day off for the Red Sox. The Yankees playing in Detroit, closing out their 4-game series and trailing the Tigers in the second inning 3-0. If the Yankees lose that game, the deficit for New York will be 8 games heading into that 3-game series between the Yankees and the Red Sox at Yankee Stadium. We'll see all 3 games right here on NESN, starting with tomorrow night's matchup, Daisuke Matsusaka and Andy Pettitte. Here in Portland, we're ready for the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Brian Pritz will lead it off against Dan McCutchen. First pitch in there for strike 1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. McCutchen has had his struggles here tonight. Walked 3, gave up a couple of runs in the first. Gave up 4 straight hits in the second and a couple of runs. Would have been more had it not been for the play at the plate where Jeff Natale was retired to end the second inning. Pritz to lead it off here in the 3rd. Fly ball left center field, and moving over is the left fielder Curtis to put it away for the first out. Talked about the pitching matchup for tomorrow at Yankee Stadium. Matsusaka and Pettitte. How about the matchup coming up on Wednesday? Josh Beckett facing Roger Clemens. And then on Thursday afternoon, remember, not a night game on Thursday, a day game at Yankee Stadium as the Red Sox wrap up their 10-game road trip. It'll be Curt Schilling on the mound against Chien-Ming Wang. Beckett, one of those honored here at Hadlock Field for his work with the Sea Dogs, will be facing one of his boyhood heroes in Rocket Roger Clemens. Jay Johnson came up with that key single in the first inning with 2 outs to drive in 2 runs. His first time up. He's down in the count 0-1. In there for strike 2.
I like that pitching matchup the best. Beckett against Clemens. He probably dreamed about that.
Really nothing to dismiss in any of those matchups with the way the Red Sox have the pitching lined up. That's outside for a ball, 1-2.
Earlier this year in Trenton, it was Buchholz against Clemens. And Arnie Baylor said that Clemens probably, out of the 3 they had faced, his stuff was probably number 3. They faced some really good pitchers in that series for Trenton.
Pass ball high for a ball. It's 2-2. Well, that was a memorable evening for Clay Buchholz going up against Roger Clemens, but I think it was trumped by Buchholz making his major league debut for the Red Sox, as Clay has gone from AA to AAA up to the majors and now back for the Paw Sox after making that 1 start with the Red Sox.
Hey, Trenton kind of ties in with that a little bit. The Sea Dogs arrived back from Trenton the night before about 7 a.m. and Buchholz was pitching at 1. So I know Arnie and a lot of the guys, including myself, we had to set our alarm to get up to watch Buchholz pitch at 1. How bad is that? That's 1 p.m. wake-up call.
Down for a ball. I was just passed along the information. Clay Buchholz is pitching tonight for the Paw Sox and off to a good start against Rochester. The Paw Sox are leading 3-1 with Buchholz on the mound. Three and 2 to Johnson. Fly ball center field. Jamal Strong is there, 2 away. Well, McCutchen has settled down a little bit. He's had a whirlwind year. There's no question about that. Pitched for the University of Oklahoma and then became a part of the Yankee organization, but was given a 50-game suspension last August for violating baseball's drug policy. Tested positive for a performance-enhancing drug. He served 23 of those suspended games this year, so it was a late start this year for McCutchen. Now, reportedly, the Yankees believed it was tied into a treatment he was receiving in college, and it was kind of an innocent mistake, and McCutchen still had to serve that time, the 50-game suspension. But here he is going from Tampa up to the AA level. His 6th start with Trenton. The opponent's hitting just 196 at AA. Lefty's hitting 186. So he's had an impressive run here at the AA level after a slow start this year because he was forced to the sidelines and then starting the year at Class A. He's ahead of Andrew Pickney, 1-2. Pickney grounded out the second, his first time. Oh, good breaking pitch there from McCutchen to end the inning. A 1-2-3 inning for the Trenton pitcher. At the end of 3, it's 4-1.
I don't go anywhere without my Bobopedic.
At $1,400 less than a Tempur-Pedic, my Bobopedic won't hit you hard in the wallet.
How would you like to run a business of your own from the comfort of your own home? It's not as crazy as it sounds.
I made over $100,000 a year from my home.
I just made a down payment for our vacation home, working part-time.
Yeah, you have to be crazy to visit this website and find out how to start your home business. Crazy like a fox. Log on and get your success kit.
I made $5,000 yesterday.
Crazy? I don't think so. Log on now.
Catch your socks around the clock with Socks in 2, presented by T&K Asphalt Services. Tune in game nights at midnight and the next afternoon for 2-hour game replays. Nesson keeps your socks on with Socks in 2.
This Tuesday, the Red Sox and the Yankees, only on Nesson.
4-1 Sea Dogs at Hadlock Field. Last season, the Portland Sea Dogs captured the Eastern League Championship. Don't miss the magic this season as the Sea Dogs look to defend their title. Individual game playoff tickets, they're on sale right now. They start at $6. Call the Sea Dogs ticket office at 207-879-9500.
You know how exciting it was here last year as the Sea Dogs made their run, right, Mike?
Well, what was fun about that series last year, it had you up and down. The Sea Dogs won the first 2 games of the Eastern League Championship on the road and then lost the next 2 here. And then Devert Hansack on a beautiful afternoon pitched to Gem. Remember him leaping off the mound after he got the final out of his start. And he was promoted to the Red Sox by Theo Epstein here during the celebration. They yanked him out. Theo said, "You're going to the big leagues." That was nice. It was just a nice day.
And then we remember what he did in the big leagues with that 5-inning no-hitter for the Red Sox. So it was a pretty memorable final couple of weeks there for Devert Hansack's 2006 season. We move on to the top of the 4th here at Hadlock Field. It's 4-1. Portland on top of Trenton. Jon Lester delivers a first pitch strike to JT LaFountain. Oh, 1 pitch. Center field. Corselletti moves over, puts it away for out number 1. So an up and down night so far for Lester when it comes to pitch count. Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. 21 in innings 1 and 3, 13 in the second. I think he wants to have one of those clean innings right now. He gave up 3 hits in the 3rd, but Trenton had 2 on with 1 out. He was able to work out of it.
Thunder have left 2 men on in each of the first 3 innings, so Lester has been able to wiggle out of jams, but throwing 55 pitches through 3 innings of work. And falling behind 2-0 to the number 9 hitter, Gabe Lopez. Lopez singled his first time up. That's popped up. Playable for the second baseman, Barowiak. 2 away.
Go back to last season, you talked about the Eastern League Championship. I thought the best game, though, of the playoffs was Game 4 of the Northern Division Championship Series when Brandon Moss threw a guy at the plate in the top of the inning, then hits a walk-off home run into the pavilion in right to put Portland into the Eastern League Championship. It was so dramatic. Had Trenton won that game, Sea Dogs are going on a bus to play Game 5 there. Who knows? It was just a beautiful ending.
Brandon Moss, another name to throw out there, guys who have seen major league time for the Red Sox this year. And there is one of the many reminders of who the reigning Eastern League champions are, the Portland Sea Dogs. Of course, it's not the only time they've been successful here. You go back to the 90s, and this relationship started back in '94 with the Florida Marlin organization. And it appears the relationship between Portland and the Sea Dogs and the Red Sox is just going on and on and on.
And earlier this year, the Red Sox renewing their player development contract here in Portland. As you say, the relationship continues. The main monster in left, as we just saw, replicating Fenway.
2-2 pitch. Low for a ball. Full count to Corona. So Lester needed just 5 pitches to get the first 2 outs. Count is run full here to Corona, who swings and puts it into play. Stopped by the third baseman Pickney, and onto the bag in time. Bates at first for the out. Pickney started it. Bates finished it with some good footwork. Pickney was in foul ground when he made a strong throw over. Bates just got there.
Number 1 used and program car dealer is Van Sickle. No other dealer gives you so many options. Right now, Van Sickle gives you options. With row after row used and late model low mileage program cars for less than $199 a month. Even better, some are as low as $129 a month. And that's with no money down. No wonder Van Sickle is number 1. Drive for $199 a month or less at Van Sickle, making life affordable.
It's the Chevy Model Year-End event, where you'll find the best offer ever on the all-new Silverado. 0% APR for 60 months on Silverado half-ton extended and crew cabs for well-qualified buyers. Just click and go to Chevy.com to find the Silverado you want, then get to your Chevy dealer before it's gone. Get this great offer, which amounts to $56.19 in average finance savings for 07 Silverado half-ton extended and crew cab models. Click on Chevy.com, then see your main Chevy dealer.
The 4th inning here at Hadlock Field. Portland on top of Trenton 4-1. Tomorrow at 5:30, catch the all-new Globe 10.0 presented by Verizon. Charlie Pierce joins Bob Ryan to break down the day's 10 hottest topics. Get the point every Tuesday through Thursday at the new primetime, 5:30.
Well, the important thing about playing third base, being able to move to your right, to your left. Pinkney was able to get that in foul ground. And how about Aaron Bates, though? Look how quick Pinkney gets that out of his glove, falling towards foul territory. But Bates came off the bag. Just a normal 5-3 put out.
So we move on to the bottom half of the 4th inning. We have a score update.
Big
Detroit
contest.
on top of the Yankees. Well, yesterday we were both at that game at Manchester between the Fisher Cats and the Sea Dogs, and they put the score on the video board, and the crowd started applauding because, you know, you're in New England, and good fans in Manchester know when the Yankees are struggling or the Red Sox are winning, whatever the case may be, they'll applaud appropriately. And They put the Yankee score up on the board here just a moment ago, and the crowd doesn't take long for them to notice it. Of course, we've got people in the truck here who probably are watching the Yankee game with great interest, because what better way to start a series at Yankee Stadium than having an 8-game lead in the American League East. Line drive, base hit, left field. John Otnes with a leadoff single for the Sea Dogs, who were sent down 1-2-3 in the third.
And the Sea Dogs trailing New Hampshire by 1 game for that second playoff spot in the Northern Division in the Eastern League. Fisher Cats and Connecticut, they're tied at 2 in the 4th. It's a low fastball thrown by McCutcheon, who's had pretty good stuff there in the last inning plus. He struggled a bit with control right out of the bat. First 3 guys walked in the first.
First clean inning was that third inning for McCutcheon, but a leadoff single for Otnes. Here's the number 9 hitter, Zach Borowiak. Borowiak sends it foul down the right field line. Borowiak, second baseman, hitting at .236 entering tonight's play, flew out to center field his first time. Borowiak was 1 for 2 yesterday in the 3-0 loss to the Fisher Cats in Manchester. Also was hit by a pitch, so he reached base safely twice, but Sea Dogs were shut out.
That was a tough series. 3 of the games the Sea Dogs scored 2 combined runs, but the one that they won, they scored 12.
0-2 is a ball. It's 1-2.
I thought you said I thought you were going to say the guys were watching in the truck for fantasy baseball implications with Justin Verlander on the mound.
No, I think that's definitely a fantasy football crew in that truck. As a matter of fact, I bet you they're having their draft right now as we speak. So we may have to go operate cameras for a little while. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss for strike 3 as McCutcheon throws an off-speed pitch to Borowiak to pick up his second strikeout. So 1 down. We move back to the top of the order. Corsoletti's had a good night. He's been on base twice. He's scored twice. Team leader in runs scored, scoring 2 of the Sea Dogs' 4 runs so far tonight. He stands in with 1 down here in the 4th. Corsoletti walked in the first, singled in the second, looks at strike 1 here in the 4th. A couple of stolen bases as well for Corsoletti, team leader in that category. Oh, 1 pitch. Corsoletti tried to put on the brakes, could not, and he's quickly down 0-2.
As a fastball, you usually see guys get full with a changeup, a curveball, a slider, but that was a fastball that went in with some movement. Look at Corsoletti. Whoops. That's a pretty good pitch to hit.
0-2 pitch. Well, chased the fastball that time for the 3rd strikeout for McCutcheon. After giving up the leadoff single to Otnes, back-to-back strikeouts for McCutcheon, 2 down.
Look at LaFountain, a la Jason Varitek. Up out of that crouch just a little bit. That's where he wanted it. He pointed to his pitcher. That's good location. And McCutcheon has had better location after the first inning. He's had more success. He hasn't walked anybody since walking the first 3.
And getting some help defensively on that 7-6-2 out at the plate when Natale was retired to end the second inning, because Bates just missed a home run by a few feet. Perhaps McCutcheon doesn't survive the inning if the Sea Dogs keep that inning going, but since that point, just giving up the single this inning to Otnes, has picked up his first strikeouts, has 3 in all, and Suarez bats with 2 down here in the 4th. Set towards right field, in for a base hit. Otnes moves up 90 feet to second. Suarez is on with his second hit of the night. He's been on base all 3 times. Walked and scored in the first, doubled in a run and scored in the second, and now he's on with a 2-out single.
It's a good piece of hitting by Suarez. That slider moving away, and he goes with it. He's hit safely in 17 of his last 23, and he's having his best month. He was batting mainly in the 7 through 9 spot, but earning the promotion to the top of the order, having a very good month of August.
And there's been some movement throughout the season in those top 2 spots here, the batting order for the Sea Dogs, has there not?
There has, and now with Bubba Bell on the disabled list, he was leading off a lot with Corsoletti batting second. So it's been kind of who's going to bat second, who's going to bat third, and you lose one guy, it changes your lineup. And of course, with Jed Lowry here,
that's in there for a strike. It's 0-2 to Jeff Natale.
It's not easy as a minor league manager because you have unexpected moves. I mean, a big league injury, a AAA injury, a AA. Your roster can get juggled at any day.
Outside for a ball, and unfortunately we're missing out on an opportunity here to see Bubba Bell, who had a phenomenal year for Class A Lancaster and has been promoted here to the Sea Dogs, but on the disabled list right now.
With a quad injury that he actually suffered in Trenton going back on a fly ball. Over 100 RBIs between 2 stops for Bell. It's a lot of offense that the Sea Dogs have been missing.
2 on. 1-2 count to Jeff Natale. 4-1 game as Natale will step out. Natale walked in the first. Singled in a run in the second. He was the one thrown out at the plate to end the second inning, trying to score from first on the double by Bates. That missed. It's 2-2. McCutchen forced to do some work here in the 4th inning after an easy 3rd inning. That one's driven deep to left field, heading towards the main monster, and back on the track to make the catch is Colin Curtis. Closed on it well, and the Sea Dogs do not score in the 4th. At the end of 4, 4-1 Portland here at Hadlock.
Hammond Street, Bangor is the home of the sports arena and BangorTickets.com.
Beep beep.
Car shopping at BeepBeep.com is fast, safe,
beep beep,
and easy.
Okay. You drive.
From reputable local dealers.
Let's get our new car. Here, you drive. It's only a couple miles.
BeepBeep.com, the fastest way to shop for cars.
Meep meep.
Back at the Nesson HD Television Center, I'm Hazel May. Coming up tonight on Sports Desk, presented by FW Webb, home of Frank Webb's Bass Centers. Asante Samuel is back. The cornerback signed his 1-year tender with the Patriots and reported to camp today. We'll get more for you from Foxborough. And it's an August series with an October vibe. We've got your Red Sox-Yankees preview tonight immediately following the Sea Dogs game. I'll see you then.
Welcome back to Hadlock Field here in Portland, Maine. The Sea Dogs with Jon Lester making a return to the mound. This is just a brief stop for Lester before he goes back to pitch for the Boston Red Sox. During their drive for the American League East, Lester coming in here tonight. And after some control issues in the first, got a strikeout to end the first, a strikeout in the second, a strikeout in the third. So 3 strikeouts in all for Jon Lester, who was the Eastern League Pitcher of the Year here in 2005 for the Sea Dogs. And now a member of the Boston Red Sox and making a start here tonight. Just worked out for the best for the organization to get Javier Lopez and his left-handed arm into the Red Sox bullpen. And the incredibly versatile Julian Tavares could step in and make the start yesterday in a spot that Lester would normally occupy. And Tavares pitched very well against a struggling, and I think that's probably the kindest term we could use to describe how the Chicago White Sox are performing right now.
Ozzie
White
again, the
Sox
quote
team.
of the year, huh?
Yeah, 12 hours of my life that I'm not going to get back. And a doubleheader after the rainout Thursday. Lester has been with the Sea Dogs while the Red Sox have closed out the road trip in Chicago and now on to New York, as the Sox wait in New York for the Yankees to close out their 4-game series with Detroit. Ground ball by Curtis, picked up by Borowiak on the first for an out. And the Yankees and Mike Mussina getting thumped by the Tigers in Detroit. 3-game series starting at Yankee Stadium. Game 1 tomorrow night here on NESN. And will the lead be 7 games in the American League East or 8 games in the East before that first pitch is thrown tomorrow night by Andy Pettitte in the Bronx? We'll find out tonight. 6-0 Detroit on top of the Yankees at Comerica Park. Here's Jamal Strong, the center fielder, with 1 out in the 5th. Strong walked in the first, struck out looking in the 3rd. Sends this one deep to center field. Corselletti moving back on it. Has it for out number 2.
Yeah, the one loss for the Red Sox on that road trip. They left 14 on base in that 2-1 loss to Tampa Bay.
Well, the fans ready for this return for Jon Lester. No matter how you spell it, Lester is back here, and he was welcomed back warmly. We showed you a little while ago as he made his way in from the bullpen before the start of this game. Two down here for Lester, who threw 11 pitches in the 4th inning for a 4-inning total of 66 and is cruising thus far here in the 5th with Noah Hall, the cleanup hitter, facing him for the 3rd time. Singleton drove in the Trenton run in the 3rd. 1-0. 2-0.
Lester still holds the franchise record for most strikeouts in one game. He fanned 13 that year in 05 on July 11th. That was in New Hampshire in a 7-inning game.
2-0. Popped up right side, heading towards foul ground. 3 players give chase, and it's a foul ball, and it wasn't foul by much as it was overrun by Brian Pritz, the right fielder. And I think Noah Hall may have an argument here. He thought for sure that landed in fair territory on the line, but the first base umpire, Grant Menke, was moving down the line, and he called it foul. Let's see if we can see where this ball lands.
Or did it clip Pritz's glove in fair territory, then go foul? That would make it fair. See, if it hits his glove is in fair territory, and it goes foul. That was close, but good call.
So it's 2-1 to Noah Hall. Set to right field. Back on it is Pritz, and he'll put this one away. A 1-2-3 inning for Jon Lester. He's now retired 8 in a row. 4-1 after 4.5.
We know that there are about 6 to 7.
Okay, if a guy in southern or central Maine needs a car, and there are, say, several dealers in the area, he knows exactly what he wants and can afford. What's the fastest way he can shop for the perfect car? It's simple. It's beepbeep.com. Shop by make, model, or price on thousands of vehicles from trusted local dealerships and use free online tools.
Brought to you by Quirk Auto Park. Visit us in Bangor, Augusta, and Portland.
Number 1 used and program car dealer is Van Sickle. No other dealer gives you so many options. Right now, Van Sickle gives you options. With row after row used and late model low mileage program cars for less than $199 a month. Even better, some are as low as $129 a month. And that's with no money down. No wonder Van Sickle is number 1. Drive for $199 a month or less at Van Sickle, making life affordable.
5th at Hadlock, 4-1 Sea Dogs. The annual fan favorite Field of Dreams and Fan Appreciation Day will take place this Wednesday here at Hadlock at 6 o'clock. And the Dogs take on the Trenton Thunder. The Sea Dogs will wear replica 1926 Portland Eskimo uniforms and emerge from a makeshift cornfield. James Earl Jones won't be here. Call the Sea Dogs ticket office at 207-879-9500. They have the voice here saying if you will build it. But James Earl Jones is not.
From the investigating that I've been able to do about that event, I was led to believe that somebody is going to be introducing the players coming through the makeshift cornfield.
I'm a lot cheaper than James Earl Jones, so that would be me.
And you're a tenor, so you know you can just do your own thing. Very good.
Wait till you see that outfit. I'll send you pictures. The outfit I have to wear on Wednesday.
I have people also telling me that people are making up signs for you and getting them on TV at Fenway Park. Is that true?
That one cost a lot, a couple $100.
Bates on the first pitch, grounds out the second. Well, your relatives will do anything for you for money, including making up a sign. But we welcome you again to the Nesson family, Mike. It's good to have you here. And thank you for having us here at your home here at Hadlock.
It's great to be here.
Do you have to go out and create the makeshift cornfield? Are you the one who has to fabricate this?
I probably should go out and help. It's early in the morning when we put that together.
And what will your role be in all this? Will
I don't
you be
know.
shucking corn or just, you know,
It's
putting
a
stalks up?
it's a big production. It's out in center field.
You'll have a straw hat on and, you know, like 1926 vintage clothing and a megaphone. There wasn't any electronic public address back then. Come on. Good play by the shortstop, but not in time to retire Brian Pritz. Luigi Corona did all he could, but Pritz is aboard with one down here in the fifth.
Great play by Corona, sliding down to get it. And look, a pop-up slide to throw. Using some base running techniques on the infield. I'll look like one of those old-time golfers.
You gonna wear
knickers.
+4s? Yeah, you know, the knickers, that'll be a good look for you. With the little hat.
This will be a weird week for wardrobe for me.
Because you're overdressed here tonight from what you normally wear here, right? Good. I'm glad we could clean you up. One down, one on in the fifth. Jay Johnson, who had the single in the first to bring in the game's first 2 runs, flew out to center field in the third. Pritz takes his lead off first. One and 0.
Jay Johnson was the counter move when Jacoby Ellsbury was promoted to AAA Pawtucket. And Jacoby just established a new hitting streak there, breaking Dave Berg's record. Johnson's had pretty good production. A lot of RBIs with not many homers.
Ellsbury is someone who was a fan favorite here in Portland, and I think in his brief initial stay with the Red Sox, and he's been up a second time, but when he went 6 for 16 and showed that tremendous speed, that's something we're going to be seeing probably starting September 1st with the Boston Red Sox, now doing it with the Pawtucket Red Sox.
We talk about Jacoby as a guy that has game-changing speed. I think that was taken in firsthand at Fenway when he scored from second on a wild pitch. We saw him do that here from first base on a wild pitch and an error. That was in Binghamton.
Throw to first, Pritz is back.
Compare him to Johnny Damon down the road, but Jacoby might etch himself as maybe you'd be saying he's going to be the next Jacoby Ellsbury. A lot of tools, great outfielder, and still very young.
2-1 pitch. Fouled out of play, 2-2.
Speaking of outfielders, how about that game last week? The Rangers won 30-3. Game started by Gabbard, and David Murphy had a big game. He came through here, and the Red Sox have certainly done a great job with the outfielders through the minor league system that have either gone up or they've been able to trade.
Two-two pitch on the way. With the runner going, it's fouled off by Johnson. So Pritz will go back to first base. Corsoliti and Suarez, the run score so far in this game for Portland. They both scored in the first. They both scored in the second to give Jon Lester a 4-0 lead. Lester cruising right now. He's retired 8 in a row. Portland trying to tack on some more against Dan McCutcheon. 2-2 pitch. Pritz not going this time. And it goes right through the shortstop. Corona watches it go to left field. Throw comes in the second with Pritz safely at third and Johnson safely at first, reaching on an error by the shortstop. Well, Corona almost makes a phenomenal play to retire Pritz, but this one perhaps he took his eye off the ball trying to turn two.
Could have been the end of the inning, but it will continue the frame for the Sea Dogs. A big bouncing ball, and you don't often see that on a hop towards an infielder. Usually it's just a ball that hugs the grass or the ground the entire way, but that was coming on the hop. And Corona, like you said, looked a little bit at second base, and that cost him big time and his pitcher. That probably would have been the end of the inning.
9th error this season for Corona in just 27 games. So runners on the corner with 1 out, and a line drive to right field, hit at the right fielder, grabbed there by Carson, up and throwing to the plate, and out again at the plate. Pritz is retired. More good defense from the Thunder. And for the second time tonight, the final out of the inning is made at home plate. Back in the second inning, it was Natali who was thrown out. This time, Pritz is thrown out. And at the end of 5, it's still 4-1 Portland.
How would you like to run a business of your own from the comfort of your own home? Be your own boss, set your own hours, and make great money. It's not as crazy as it sounds.
Last year, I made over $100,000 a year from my home.
I just made a down payment for our vacation home, working part-time.
We gave up our jobs.
People thought we were crazy.
And we took in over $250,000 in our first year.
Yeah, you have to be crazy to visit this website and find out how to start your home business. Crazy like a fox. There are thousands of opportunities for you, full or part-time. Live the lifestyle you've been dreaming of. The secret is in this success kit. To get yours, log on now.
Next year, my goal is $500,000.
I made $5,000 yesterday.
We've made enough to spend winter in Hawaii.
Crazy? I don't think so. Log on now to get your success kit.
Heading towards the 6th inning now. Portland on top of the Trenton Thunder 4-1 here at Hadlock Field. On the next all-new installment of Sox Appeal, Kevin's nursing a broken heart. That's not Kevin right there. This truck driver is looking for love at Fenway. Are any of these dates going his way? Find out Wednesday after Red Sox coverage on NESN. Sox Appeal, making romance a reality, one game at a time. Take you back to the end of last inning, and the line drive to right from Pickney, and the play at the plate with Carson throwing out Pritz.
And the throw has to be absolutely perfect right there. It is, but LaFountain with a great block on home plate. And you can't blame Arnie Baylor for being aggressive.
How about
Johnson doesn't think so.
And how about LaFountain stepping in? Seldom used player here for this Trenton team. Just his 16th game of the season, and LaFountain has had a key role in stopping 2 would-be runs for the Sea Dogs. And the applause you're hearing is the fact that they put the score for the Yankee-Tiger game on the scoreboard, and the Tigers have stretched it to a 7-0 lead at the end of 7 against the Yankees.
And you're right, those are big plays.
Excuse me, 5th inning, Mike. Go right ahead. They put it on the scoreboard as a 7th inning, but back to the point at hand, and it could be a 6-1 lead for Lester, who's into his 6th inning of work. One thing with Lester too, Mike, the pitch count's been very manageable here. He's been throwing a lot of strikes, putting the ball into play, and he's now retired 9 in a row with the ground out as Kincaid is retired.
And the most pitches he's thrown this year with the Red Sox, 99, that came in his home state at Seattle. I believe right around 80 right now, so we'll see how long he goes.
After throwing 21 pitches in the first inning, 21 pitches in the third inning, his pitch count was up to 55. But since then, 11 pitches in the fourth, 10 in the fifth, and a quick out here in the sixth as Matt Carson steps in and looks at strike one.
And having Lester pitch today has really helped Arnie Baylor and his club because of the upcoming doubleheaders. Back-to-back Twin Bills tomorrow and Wednesday.
Up and away for a ball. Now Lester is 23 years old, and he did spend time in the minors this year as he was making his comeback from his cancer treatment. Spent time in Greenville and at Pawtucket. But he's a major league pitcher, and I think it takes a guy to put his ego aside, to not protest and not complain, at least as far as you can tell in your conversations with people around Portland, and we can tell them what we've heard from Jon Lester here leading up to the start, of just bypassing AAA and coming back here to the AA level and making one start and then returning to the major leagues. It takes a guy to put aside that ego and the selfishness to just do what he thinks is right for the organization.
Yeah, and if you're not around this all the time, we get to see this more, and you get new players all the time. And that's what it was like over the weekend, getting a new player. And he was a guy that's at the major league level, but he just came in like anyone else and said, I'm here to work. I'm part of the Sea Dogs right now. Had that mentality. He's going to stay here, too, through the homestand.
2-2. Shook off Otness 3 times. Through the fastball by Carson for the second out of the inning, and the 4th strikeout for Lester.
That's a perfect spot on a right-handed hitter on the outside corner.
Yeah, and a good job by Otness too, because it was a foul tip into the glove and held onto by Otness. So 2 down here in the 6th.
And they're hitting their spots. I mean, Otness caught that exactly where he was lined up.
10 in a row now for Lester. And another first pitch strike. This one is fouled off by Carlos Mendoza, who's 0 for 2.
Now, pitchers at all levels of professional baseball, they throw side sessions in between their starts. Lester did that Saturday in New Hampshire. He'll probably do that here before pitching for the Red Sox September 2nd. That game will be against Baltimore, I believe.
Yes, it will be at Fenway. 1-1.
Hasn't been a dull moment for the Sea Dogs this season. Always something else coming up. This Jon Lester thing this weekend was a lot of fun.
Back-to-back doubleheaders the next 2 days. How would you classify that? Does fun come to mind?
It's not bad. You get a break in between games, but they can be long. I mean, they're worse in April and May. With a lot at stake here, it'll be fun. Is that a good company line right there? Did that work? I'm reading the script here.
I see Sea Dog executives nodding. Yes, yes. Well said, Mike. Tickets are still available. Throw that in there as well. Fly ball right side. First baseman Bates moves over, calling for it, and he can't get it. Boy, that has just been a Bermuda Triangle here for the Sea Dogs tonight. That's the second one that's fallen in. When it happened last inning, Noah Hall ended up flying out to right field soon after. That's a tough play for the first baseman.
Looked like Bates might have lost it. He squeezed his glove before the ball was near his mitt. I'm not sure if he saw that coming down. He thought he had it. He squeezed it, but it was all air.
Two pitch to Mendoza. In the dirt for a ball. Full count with 2 outs here in the 6th. 4-1 Sea Dogs.
And this will be the 90th pitch for Lester here.
Slugger getting the crowd going. 3-2 pitch from Lester. Down low for a ball. So the missed fly ball in foul territory hurts for the moment. First walk for Lester since he walked 2 in the first inning. So Mendoza on first with 2 down in the 6th. And JT LaFountain, who has made a difference defensively here tonight for the Thunder. A couple of good plays blocking home plate. Steps in with 2 down. That gets away from Otnes and back to the screen. And walking down the second base is Mendoza.
I'll see how they score that, but probably would be a pass ball. Looked like Otnes just missed it. Down and in.
So Otnes and Lester will have a brief conversation. Mendoza on at second.
He scored a pass ball.
The Fountain reached on an error in the second. Flew out to center in the fourth. 1-0 pitch. Up and away, 2-0. Sea Dogs scored 4 quick runs in this game. They led 4-0 at the end of 2. They've had 2 runners thrown out at the plate here tonight. So the lead just 3 here in the top of the 6th with 2 down. The 2-0. Line drive left field, in for a hit. Franklin waves around the runner. Here comes Mendoza to the plate. The play at the plate is in time. Jay Johnson throws Mendoza out at home. We've had 3 plays at the plate here tonight. All 3 have been finished off by the catcher. 2 for LaFountain, this one by Otnes at home, and a good throw by Johnson and a good block by Otnes. Sea Dogs on top 4-1.
It's the Chevy Model Year-End event, where you'll find the best offer ever on the all-new Silverado. 0% APR for 60 months on Silverado half-ton extended and crew cabs for well-qualified buyers. Just click and go to Chevy.com to find the Silverado you want, then get to your Chevy dealer before it's gone. Get this great offer, which amounts to $56.19 in average finance savings for 07 Silverado half-ton extended and crew cab models. Click on Chevy.com, then see your main Chevy dealer.
Hammond Street, Bangor is the home of the sports arena and BangorTickets.com.
Welcome back to Hadlock Field. Eric Freed, Mike Antonellis, and our Nesson crew. Beautiful Monday evening here in Portland. The Sea Dogs on top 4-1, and there have been some strong defensive plays in this game. This one turned in by the catcher, Jon Otnes, who made sure Carlos Mendoza didn't have any room to get to the plate, and Jay Johnson had to make a strong throw to the plate. Mike?
Yeah, and it looked like initially he was able to get around Otnes, but Otnes had home plate protected. Thing here at Hadlock Field and even at Fenway Park, it's not very deep and left, so you're able to play shallow. Johnson's able to come in, get a good crow hop and a good throw. You can't blame Tony Franklin for setting the runner there. His team has scored 1 run. He tried to force the issue, and you were just saying in between innings here, I mean, 3 guys thrown out at home. That's exciting. That's a fun play to watch. You could tell from the throw from Johnson coming in, there's going to be a close play at the plate.
Well, Jon Lester in the dugout. We'll see if he comes out for the 7th inning. The clubhouse here at Hadlock Field is not attached to the dugout, so it's not like he can duck down a runway. He would have to walk out, and the crowd will have their eye on the dugout to be sure to give him a standing ovation. And you may even see a situation where Arnie Baylor lets Lester go out to the mound and then takes him out of the game. It's that kind of event, that kind of buzz here tonight, and why not milk it for all it's worth.
And Lester at 92 pitches, throws 6 innings.
Ended up throwing 16 in that inning.
And this pitch by McCutchen will be his 92nd.
That pitch is grounded, deep third. Back on it is Curtis. Long throw. Gets Otnes for the first out.
We were talking earlier about Otnes and Lester having a relationship as friends and, you know, playing against each other at rival high schools. And go figure, it works out tonight where there's a play where Otnes has to make it home.
Action in that Trenton bullpen as Steven Jackson, the 25-year-old big right-hander, 6'5", 215 out of South Carolina, gets going with McCutchen into the 90s in his pitch count. One away, and Zach Borowiak sends it out of play down the right side.
Well, need we say that Trenton has got a good bullpen. Scott Patterson's ERA is .91. That's in 41 games. Justin Pope, their closer, 5 saves. He began the year in AAA, but had some good arms out there.
Ground ball to third. Another opportunity for Mendoza, and Mendoza has made both plays here in the 6th.
Well, what will show a lot to the Yankees organization by McCutchen, he struggled in the first inning. In the second, how does he react after that? Well, he's done a nice job to settle down, to stay composed. Didn't seem to get too rattled when he gave up the runs, but the first 3 guys in the first inning, he walked, and that's really paid off for the Sea Dogs.
Here's Corselletti, ball 1. Corselletti has scored twice, upping his team-leading total to 86 runs scored this season. Came in 4th in the Eastern League in runs scored. Bases empty. 3-run lead for the Sea Dogs here in the 6th. Fouled off. It's 1-2.
You saw his night right there a few seconds ago, and that's pretty much the graphic you see a lot from Corselletti. A lot of walks, a lot of runs scored. He's done a very nice job leading off or batting second.
Update from Comerica. 9-0. Detroit chasing Mike Mussina. Inside for a ball. I think a big topic of discussion as we get geared up for a 3-game series between the Red Sox and the Yankees. May focus on the losing pitcher, at least who stands to be the loser for the Yankees tonight, Mike Mussina. Corselletti fouls it out of play. Mussina has been getting racked as of late. You wonder if he's just pitched himself out of the mix. Some hinting from Joe Torre along those lines. Barry Hertzler working in the Sea Dog bullpen. Now I'm going to guess on a normal night here at Hadlock Field, you do not have access to that camera and that look down in the bullpen that we just saw.
How do you know that?
Oh, do you normally?
No.
Is this your own private camera?
You off. We do sometimes have a camera.
That's a great look.
That is a great. I like that.
Yeah.
We have a monitor sometimes, but it's not in color.
Ball 4. Corselletti walks. We've touched upon what the Yankees are doing in Detroit. A score of great interest to fans of Eastern League baseball between the Yankees and Connecticut. I can't get the Yankees off my mind. Between the Fisher Cats and Connecticut, Mike.
And that game is in Connecticut, where New Hampshire and the Connecticut Defenders are tied at 2 in the top of the 7th. Connecticut actually has the #2 ERA in the Eastern League, but a record of 56 and 76. They say pitching always wins.
Corselletti back to first. He is certainly a threat to steal here. He's stolen a couple of bases here tonight. 19 now in the season.
McCutchen is at 100 pitches. You don't see that a lot, Eric, at the minor league level. It's really tailed down now, the pitch counts. Keeping guys fresh.
Iggy Suarez, pitch out. Corselletti's not going. 1-0.
That's always a big topic of discussion. Back in the day, guys would go 150. Now it's changed.
well, certainly at this level of baseball, and just trying to protect those young arms who look to be the cornerstone pickoff attempt. And Corselletti's back. Cornerstone for years to come. Look at Clay Buchholz. I mean, there's no question Buchholz has great stuff, and he's shown he can get out major league hitters. But when the Red Sox organization is taking the long view, they're not going to let him go out there and throw more than 150, 155 innings this year as Corselletti's back again.
Yeah, it's about developing. You don't really need to rush guys. And if you had, no limit on guys, that wouldn't be good mentally going into a game. You have a short window. Baby steps. It's worked.
Now Corselletti's going, throw down to second base, and Corselletti is thrown out this time. He disagrees. That ends the inning. The Fountains had a good night behind the plate. He's stopped a couple of runners at home, and now he's thrown out Corselletti after Corselletti had gotten the best of him a couple of times. 4-1 into 6.
The Debt Management Center has helped thousands of consumers just like you finally get control of their credit card debt. Regular people who got in over their heads and just want their lives back.
I had bad credit, over $16,000 in debt. Then I saw the Debt Management Center commercial, picked up the phone, and they helped me right away. They saved me over $7,000 in interest alone.
And it doesn't matter if you own your own home or rent. The Debt Management Center even showed me a way to work with my creditors to eliminate penalties, lower my interest rate, and showed me an affordable payment plan.
The Debt Management Center specializes in helping consumers consolidate their credit cards, collections, late payments, medical bills, and more. Consolidate your debts now and save. Don't let the word bankruptcy enter your thoughts. Tell us how much you can afford to pay each month, and we'll make it happen.
800-490-0471.
If you haven't already, pick up the phone and call now.
Our coverage of the Red Sox and the Yankees gets underway tomorrow night, 6 o'clock, before game 1 of 3 at Yankee Stadium between the first place Red Sox and the soon-to-be 8 games out of first place Yankees. 7.5 right now, but if the Tigers keep piling on, and they have added more, they're up 10-0 in the 5th inning. Looks like the Yankees will be 8 games out heading into that 3-game series starting tomorrow night. Jon Lester back out onto the mound, ready to start his 7th inning work. We'll see how far he goes here in this inning. That was just his 93rd pitch of the night. Hertzler has been up in the bullpen. Surely he's ready to come in when Lester's night is done. Lester back to working on the mound again. That was something we saw in the first inning when he gave up a couple of walks. 3-0 the count to Gabe Lopez, number 9 hitter, leading off here for Trenton in the 7th. And that wasn't even close. Lester takes a look down again. We take a look towards that Sea Dog dugout to see if Arnie Baylor is going to come out here. He does come out of the dugout, and that is going to be it for Jon Lester. Well, that's not the way that Lester wanted to end his night. No question about that. A 4-pitch walk, but perhaps the fans here at Hadlock will send him off with something to remember.
watches him tonight in uniform as he arrives here at the park.
Leading off for the Yankees, the center fielder, Johnny Damon.
Ortiz rattles it towards deep right center field, towards the wall, at the wall. It's gone! 3-run home run into the bullpen.
Global warming is a problem.
It's a problem.
I wanted to do something to become more energy efficient.
To protect the environment.
To protect the future.
So I turned to Energy Star for help.
Energy Star is helping me be part of the solution.
Everyone can join the fight against global warming. Go to EnergyStar.gov to learn what you can do.
Together,
we can all make a difference.
The evening is over for Jon Lester. He is still responsible for Gabe Lopez, the man at first base for Trenton, but 6 innings plus, 1 batter for Lester. 5 hits, so far 1 run. It was earned, 4 walks and 4 strikeouts. We go inning by inning. A couple of walks in the first, came back with an easy second inning and then gave up that run in the 3rd inning, but did go on a run of retiring 10 Trenton Thunder hitters in a row at one point, Mike.
Yeah, and he walked Carlos Mendoza with 2 outs in the 6th, and like you said, he was on a very good run there. And I think he probably feels pretty good about his outing. I'm sure he's disappointed with the walks. Remember when Clay Buchholz was looking down a lot in a game that was televised by NESN, and we assumed that Buchholz was losing his ground out there, but he said it was him overthrowing. I'm not sure maybe if that's the same for Lester.
Well, Lester's done after throwing 96 pitches here tonight, but he did get into the 7th inning here against the AA Trenton Thunder. And the next time we see Jon Lester, we expect it to be Sunday at Fenway Park against the Baltimore Orioles. Right now, let's see if the Sea Dogs can pick up a win with Barry Hertzler on the mound, and he throws a first pitch ball to Reggie Corona.
And Hertzler, Connecticut guy, so he's got ties in New England. I'm sure he has a lot of family and friends watching tonight.
That one's fouled off. 1-1. Hertzler making his 28th appearance of the season. He's worked 48 innings coming into this moment here with Portland hoping to get a win. Keeping an eye on the scoreboard to see what the Fisher Cats are doing against Connecticut tonight. Regular season ends 1 week from tonight. The playoffs start a week from Wednesday. 4 teams will make it to the Eastern League playoffs. Trenton already one of those teams. They've clinched first place in the Northern Division.
And they play the Sea Dogs here and then New Hampshire. So they're going to play one of the 2 teams that they're going to see in the playoffs down the stretch here. You can see the losses are even, but New Hampshire's played more games. So even in the loss column, and those double headers will figure in. Then the Sea Dogs go to New Britain to end the season. They'll play 5 in 4 days.
It'll be a tough road for the Sea Dogs with a doubleheader tomorrow and a doubleheader on Wednesday. Doubleheaders in the Eastern League are 7-inning affairs, but a long couple of days. The good news is the weather looks perfect. Runner is bluffing. It was a pretty good bluff because Hertzler ducked out of the way. Otness was up and ready to throw, but Lopez didn't go anywhere. 3-2. So Lopez did a good job selling it. Full count. Ground ball to second, double play ball. The second one on the first, and the Sea Dogs turn the double play. 4-6-3 double play. Borowiak, Suarez to Bates, 2 down. You talked about at the top of the telecast, Mike. We discussed as the screen set by the umpire, but Portland has been good defensively this year.
Second in the league, in the Eastern League in defense, and they go by fielding percentage, and that middle of the infield is very good with Borowiak and Suarez.
First pitch to Colin Curtis in for a strike. Hertzler with a breaking ball misses. It's 1-1.
And it helped that Borowiak on that ground ball was near the bag. It was easily turned.
Good breaking ball from Hertzler that time, and a big swing and a miss by Curtis. He's down 1-2.
And Zach Borowiak has done a great job. He can play all over the infield. He's probably one of the best defensive infielders in the system. He is that good around the diamond.
Foul ball. Count will hold 1-2.
He can play second, short. He's even had to play first this year, a position he's never played.
And that double play, turned by the 26-year-old from Illinois, closes the book on Jon Lester. Another good breaking pitch from Hertzler. He gets the strikeout to end the top half of the 7th inning. So you can put it in the books. Lester goes 6, giving up 5 hits and just the 1 run. He stands to win the game if the Sea Dogs can hold on. It's 4-1 after 6.5.
Doug Mirabelli, who catches him tonight in uniform as he arrives here at the park.
Leading off for the Yankees, the center fielder, Johnny Damon.
Ortiz rattles it towards deep right center field, towards the wall, at the wall, it's gone! 3-run home run into the bullpen.
Global warming is a problem. It's a problem.
I wanted to do something to become more energy efficient.
To protect the environment.
To protect the future.
So I turned to Energy Star for help.
Energy Star is helping me be part of the solution.
Everyone can join the fight against global warming. Go to EnergyStar.gov to learn what you can do.
Together,
Together, we can all make a difference.
Hi again, everybody. Back here at our NESN HD Television Center, I'm Hazel May. The Red Sox-Yankees are set to do battle in the Bronx tomorrow night. We'll have a preview for you. And he's back after missing camp in 3 preseason games. Cornerback Asante Samuel reported to Patriots camp today. Details for you tonight on Sports Desk, presented by FW Webb, home of Frank Webb's Bass Centers. I'll see you after the ball game.
7th inning stretch here at Hadlock Field in Portland, and Jon Lester getting a few handshakes, and his catcher and friend John Otnes comes over. Special night for the two of them to work together again. Certainly for Otnes, as Lester makes his way to the clubhouse. His night is over, and the night is over for the starter for Trenton as well. Dan McCutcheon is done. He gives way to Steven Jackson.
And Jackson will make his 8th appearance. See the numbers: 0-1, 4.73 ERA, and limited action with the Thunder. 13 hits in 13 1/3. He's walked 7. He's fanned 6. He's allowed a home run.
So McCutcheon is done for the night after he goes 6 innings, giving up 8 hits and the 4 runs. Well, Lester has left, but I don't know if anybody in this crowd has left, because still something to be decided here tonight. Sea Dogs need a win to try to stay right in the middle of things, playing for that final playoff spot in the Northern Division. Bottom half of the 7th inning. First pitch from Jackson is a ball to Iggy Suarez. Suarez was at the plate when Corsoletti was caught stealing to end the 6th inning.
This will be the 24th sellout for the Sea Dogs here at Hadlock this year.
Ball 2. Portland, bottom of the 7th. 2-0 to Iggy Suarez. Fly ball left field. Back goes Curtis, just in front of the warning track for out number 1. McCutcheon walked 3 in the 1st inning through 27 pitches, gave up 2 runs. Gave up 4 hits in the 2nd inning, gave up 2 runs. But the 2nd inning and the 5th inning both ended the same, with a runner being thrown out at home plate. So he was helped out by a couple of good defensive plays. He stands to lose this game, though, as he leaves trailing 4-1. Came into this game with a 3-1 record, a 1.86 earned run average, and 28 strikeouts. Picked up just 3 strikeouts here tonight. Want to know that Jeff Natale looks at a strike. Natale walked in the first. Single drove in a run in the second, but was thrown out at the plate to end the second inning. And he took McCutcheon deep to left field to end the fourth inning. Curtis making the catch on the warning track in front of the main monster. 2-1 to Natale.
Steven Jackson began the season in AAA. Scranton, he was a starter there, was 3-7 with an ERA of over 6. We sent back here last month.
2-1. Outside for a ball, 3-1. The bullpen for Trenton outstanding, giving up just 8 earned runs in the last 63 innings of work. But now a 1-out walk as Natale heads down to first. As for Jon Lester, the star of this game here tonight before the first pitch was even thrown. Lester ended up with 4 strikeouts in his 6 innings of work, giving up 5 hits and 1 run. Lester making his return to Hadlock Field for the first time since 2005. Next time we see him should be at Fenway Park on Sunday to take on the Baltimore Orioles in a day game at Fenway. Now, Jon Lester comes back to Portland to make 1 start here. And with his 1 earned run that he gave up over 6 innings, Mike, he comes in and you have to change the record book here.
How about that? That's big.
That's low for a ball. The earned run average drops down in his career with the Sea Dogs as Andrew Dobies warms up, the left-hander. Drops to 2.57.
That's the best career ERA. Mark Valdez originally had it at 2.59.
So by 200ths, Lester moves into the top spot in the record book. Catches the inside corner here against Bates for a strike, 2-1.
Is that why he was sent here to AA to break the ERA record?
Just to pad the stats a little bit. A little AA interlude for Jon Lester. Two-1 on the way to Bates. Line drive left field heading towards the corner. It's a foul ball. Goes out of our sight, but the home plate umpire coming down the line and Price calling it foul. Now leaving the count up at 2-2.
You saw that number 63 that Jackson wears, and the reason why is the Yankees, the retired numbers in the big leagues, that follows all the way down to the minor leagues. So there's some different numbers you have to wear.
Not many numbers available in the Yankee organization. One look out towards Monument Park during this 3-game series coming up between the Red Sox and the Yankees will tell you that. A lot of retired numbers out there.
If I'd done my research better, I know there are 2 guys retired under 1 number.
Oof.
Is it Yogi Berra?
I think it's Yogi Berra was number 8.
And Elston Howard? No, he didn't wear 8, did he?
32. Off the end of the bat. Count holds at 2-2. Arnie Baylor looks down towards Natale. Reminds him there's 1 down here in the 7th.
Arnie used to be a coach in the Yankee system. He was a hitting coach in Norwich when they used to be the AA affiliate.
I want to say Bill Dickey was the other number 8, but I'm sure our research department's looking that up. There goes the runner. It's in the dirt for a ball, and in there safely is Natale. The count will go full, 3-2 to Bates.
And that's the 5th stolen base for Natale. Can't penalize the runner on that. That wouldn't be fair.
Four-1 Sea Dogs here in the bottom half of the 7th. Trenton has gone to its outstanding bullpen to try to keep it at a 3-run deficit. But a runner in scoring position here for the Sea Dogs with 1 out. And an off-speed pitch, and Bates with a big swing and a miss for the second out of the inning. Well, Bates is finding the transition to the AA level a challenge. Came in hitting 160, and quality of pitching steadily goes up. He had a 4-home run game at Lancaster this year. Hit .332 with 24 home runs and 88 RBIs. Good defensive first baseman too, Aaron Bates, 23-year-old out of North Carolina State. But that transition could be a tough one when you move up here to this level.
And I think that last pitch was a perfect example of what you see different at the higher levels. A 3-2 changeup. Maybe at high A you don't see that. Obvious counts, you don't see that obvious pitch as you might think as a hitter.
Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2 to Brian Pritz.
Seems like that next run is really a backbreaker for either team. The Sea Dogs have a chance to go up 5-1. Trenton had a chance earlier to cut it to 2 runs. Portland 3 for 10 with runners in scoring position.
Pritz will try to deliver here, but he's down 0-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3, and in the dirt. Pritz, I think, is claiming that he tipped it, but Arnie Baylor will come in to discuss it briefly. The Thunder coming off the field, that's going to be it for the inning. As we take you to break, we'll look one more time. Pritz, did he get a piece of it? Tough to tell. Goes in the books as a strikeout. We go to the 8th, 4-1.
I don't go anywhere without my Bob-O-Pedic.
At $1,400 less than a Tempur-Pedic, my Bob-O-Pedic won't hit you hard in the wallet.
You could win a $10,000 shopping spree with the Text to Win Challenge.
$10,000? I could buy a lot of shoes, an awful lot of shoes, even a diamond ring for both hands.
A new bass amp, yeah, or a jet ski. Now that would really rock.
Correctly answer 2 trivia questions in a row, and you're entered to win a $10,000 shopping spree.
Just text SHOP31 to 79608. Text to win now.
More inside analysis, more highlights, more exclusive interviews.
So much more, we had to call it extra.
WB Mason's Extra Innings and Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra.
(4-1) Sea Dogs in the 8th inning. It's been that score since the end of the 3rd. Hey fans, the Portland Sea Dogs and Trenton Thunder, they play doubleheaders tomorrow and Wednesday this week here at Hadlock to accommodate the doubleheaders. Game times of both days have been changed to 6, and remember this, minor league doubleheaders are 2 7-inning games. Tickets are good for both games. Visit seadogs.com for more information. You don't see those one price get you 2 anymore at the big league level, but here at Hadlock, the home of the 2006 Eastern League champions, you do.
That was a strong sales pitch.
You like that?
Well done, yeah. Pitching change now for the Sea Dogs. They'll go to their 3rd pitcher of the night. Jon Lester stands to be the winner, but now a lefty takes the mound.
Andrew Dobies has really changed his season since going to the bullpen. His ERA is 5, but he's done a lot better in relief. He's 4-2 in the year, his 32nd appearance, his 22nd as a reliever. 84 hits in 72 innings. He's walked 27 and fanned 66, but he's found new life as part of the Portland bullpen. His ERA in relief 3.03 as he really struggled. His ERA on June 9th was almost 9, so he's cut it to 5. He's turned his season around. He's got the ball for the Dogs in the 8th.
72 innings of work for Dobies. 10 starts. Now in as the 2nd reliever for the Sea Dogs. Barry Hertzler went an inning. Didn't give up a hit or a run or a walk. Did have a strikeout. Jamal Strong to lead it off here for Trenton. He's down in the count 0-1. In there for strike 2 from Dobies. Doby's from Wexford, Pennsylvania, 24-year-old. That's fouled off.
He was teammates with Ryan Zimmerman at the University of Virginia, and Zimmerman wasn't drafted too long ago, part of that 05 draft. Has done a nice job with the Nationals.
0-2 pitch in the dirt. Strong does not chase. 1-2. One-two pitch. Up and out of play. The count will hold at 1-2.
And the big pitch for Doby's is a slider. You know, I've talked to him about now being a bullpen guy. He likes it. Now he doesn't want to go back to starting. You know, you go out there for one inning, you can just throw it all out there. You have to have that relief mentality.
Big topic of discussion back before the season started with Jonathan Papelbon's mindset. That fly ball is put away by the right fielder Pritz, one down. There's something about being the man and just getting your 4 days of rest, and every fifth day taking the ball and knowing what the plan is going in. But looks like Papelbon is feeding off that adrenaline rush again, coming in with the game on the line, being the last guy out there to try to put it away.
And that's been probably one of the biggest and best pieces that Red Sox club has had. They have an automatic. And Papelbon, like you said earlier, is probably the best, taking over the reins of Mariano Rivera, who's still very good.
Low for ball one to Noah Hall. Hall is 1 for 3. Single and an RBI in the third. Caught the corner for a strike, 1-1.
You shorten up the game, and the Red Sox have done that with Okajima and Papelbon. It helps when you have good starters, but especially that back end has been awesome.
Fouled off, 1-2.
And Papelbon was a starter here, was very good in Portland.
And really, that was the quandary. You look at a guy like that who could be a perhaps ace of the staff or close to it, and you want to have that guy that you can count on to throw out there 6, 7, maybe 8 innings to start, or do you need that guy at the back end? And looking at what Papelbon did last year as a closer, it's hard to argue with those numbers and his effectiveness. And once he went in and said, I want to be that guy, I don't want to follow this starter's path, I think the Red Sox were more than willing to say once they got the medical clearance, yeah, well, we could use you. So,
well, you go out there with that great splitter he has with the explosive fastball, and he's out there throwing that at a higher velocity than maybe he throws that for 5 or 6 innings. You know, he comes out maybe throwing 94, 92. That's going to tail down. He goes out there in the ninth with that fastball and the high 90s in that splitter. He's tough to hit.
Fouled off the foot of Hall. And the umpire will walk the ball out to the mound to give Hall a moment.
It's definitely not an easy role. You always see guys and you say, why don't they become closers? Well, we saw Curt Schilling try to do that, and it's not easy. Eric Gagne used to be a starter when he came up with the Dodgers, and he certainly found new life. He was not a good starter.
3-2 pitch. Ground ball to third. Pickney up with it on the first. 2 down. So we're watching Andrew Doby's, who's in that transition from starter to reliever, and 2 up, 2 down here in the 8th. Now, part of the reason why we saw Jon Lester here today was the importance of having a left-hander in the bullpen for the Red Sox here in this stretch of games against the Yankees, as Javier Lopez was called up from AAA and Jon Lester was sent down here to make the start here today. Now we're looking at a left-handed reliever here for the Sea Dogs. And Andrew Dobies. Down low for a ball, 2-0.
It's funny to see Mike Myers now pitching for the White Sox. So that experiment with the Yankees didn't last too long. Couldn't get lefties out.
Yeah, I didn't notice Mike laughing too much, though. I don't think he found anything funny about the way he was hit by his former teammates in Chicago this past weekend. That's one of the reasons in many ways why he was given up by the Yankees, because he could not get lefties out. Lefties were hitting at a better clip than righties against Myers. So,
and some felt the Yankees signed Myers for David Ortiz since they play so much.
Ortiz was wearing him out. Ground ball to third. Pinckney can't get this one. It's a fair ball. Rounding first, heading to second, Kincaid. And the ball rolls back towards the infield. Kincaid in to second base with a 2-out double. Came right up on the heel of the glove on Pinckney, and the slide by the left fielder. Johnson coming in, but Kincaid was already on his way to second base. 6th hit of the night for the Trenton Thunder. And Mike James up in the Portland bullpen. He comes in, yeah, if he comes in, it will be his 52nd appearance of the season. Still some work to be done here in the top half of the 8th inning with 2 outs, a runner in scoring position, a 3-run lead for the Sea Dogs.
Yeah, these are the toughest outs. They get magnified more. It's in the 8th inning. And Trenton has had some chances, especially early on. They left on 2 of the first 3 innings. Haven't had many opportunities since.
1-0 the count to Matt Carson, who struck out twice against Jon Lester. He's 0 for 3. Inside for a ball, 2-0. Carson has some pop, leads Trenton in homers this year with 16. Timing would be perfect for that for Tony Franklin's team. Down by 3 here in the 8th with 1 on. That's low for a ball, 3-0.
And earlier last week, Eric, back-to-back 1-0 Trenton wins over Connecticut. He homered in both of those games. So you could say he single-handedly beat Connecticut, but that pitching was pretty good as well.
Let's see if he's swinging. 3-0. He is. Ground ball up the middle and through for a base hit. Here comes Kincaid around the score, and it's a 4-2 game. Well, it wasn't hit very hard, and it wasn't a home run, but Carson is effective with an RBI single, his 74th run batted into the air, and it's 4-2.
That slider broke down a little bit from Dobies. The big 3-0 swing, and you get a bouncing ball from a power hitter. And that won't be it for Dobies. Mike Cather, pitching coach, will have a word. Hey, like you said, he got the ground ball. It just found its way through.
Cather will come out and they'll have a long conversation. We saw that James was just starting to get warm in that Portland bullpen. You would think he'd need a little bit more time. Home plate umpire Robert Price making his way out to the mound, and Dobies will dig in to face Carlos Mendoza.
Well, that double was hit on the ground. It was in a tough spot for Pinckney, but really wasn't struck that hard, and that base hit there. Softly bounced through the middle. Sometimes the game's not fair.
So here's Mendoza, who's 0 for 2 with a walk. Looks at ball 1. Mendoza, the tying run at the plate, but he has yet to homer this year. Popped up right side. Bates moves into foul ground just in front of our camera position. And he puts it away for the 3rd out to end the top half of the 8th inning. So Trenton chases home 1 It's a 2-run lead for the Sea Dogs heading to the bottom of the 8th.
Ultimate adjective, not to be improved upon or surpassed. Greatest, unsurpassed. Red Sox. Collective noun, not to be improved upon or Hazel May. Proper noun, greatest, ultimate. It's the 9 must-see stories each week from Red Sox Nation. Granite City Electric's Ultimate Red Sox Show with Hazel May. The Ultimate Red Sox Show. Proper noun. Sundays only on Nesson.
Time. That's big in sports. You got your penalty clocks, your shot clocks, your play clocks, you got your timeouts, your halftime, your overtime, your running time, and of course, you got prime time, which apparently now is 5:30 on Nesson all week long, all at 5:30. I got to get my Monster Monday, I got to get my Globe 10.0, my Friday Night Fenway. So start your play clock early at 5:30. That's Nesson's new prime time.
It's been a long time. You have to go back to June 3rd for the last time the Yankees and the Red Sox played. They will meet again tomorrow. Game 1 of 3 right here on Nesson. You can see all 3 games on Nesson. And the update from Detroit, the Tigers leading the Yankees 10-0, trying to put New York 8 games behind the Red Sox before the start of that 3-game series at Yankee Stadium. 6 games to go this year head-to-head between the Red Sox and the Yankees. And these 3 games, the pressure will be on the Yankees to make their last stand in the Bronx, you would think. Here, the Sea Dogs are on top of the Trenton Thunder 4-2 as we head to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Jay Johnson, Andrew Pickney, and John Ottness. 6, 7, 8 for Portland against Steven Jackson on for his 2nd inning of relief for the Trenton Thunder. Dan McCutchen started. He stands to lose it. Went 6 innings, giving up 8 hits and 4 earned runs. Johnson's been in the middle of things here tonight. Drove in 2 runs with a single in the first and had a key play in the 6th when he threw out Carlos Mendoza at home to end the 6th inning. 3 base runners have been snuffed out at home here tonight. 2 Sea Dogs, 1 Trentonian. O2 pitch coming to Johnson. Outside for a ball. 1-2.
Isn't that the name of a newspaper out there?
It is. Thought I'd sneak that one by you.
See Johnson doing that interview before the game. Gets a hit his first time up. Throws a guy out.
We call that the Antonellis impact. Swing and a miss. You got to take credit for that one too. And it's held on to. 3 straight strikeouts now for Steven Jackson. But let's show you that hit that Mike just referred to. It came in the 1st inning. Little bloop out towards center field, but it came with 2 outs. It came with 2 runners on, and it was a 2-0 game. In the 2nd inning, Jeff Corselletti had singled. He stole 2nd, and then a key 2-out hit as Jeff Natale and Iggy Suarez came through with a couple of RBIs to put Portland on top 4-0. But the Sea Dogs have not scored since the 2nd inning against a Trenton team that came in with an Eastern League best 3.06 team earned run average. Pickney fouls it away. And it's 0-2.
You can see the experience of Jackson, though. He has really mixed it up nicely. And you see the Sea Dogs have not had some pretty cuts at the plate. Out in front a lot of sliders, a lot of off-speed stuff, but not very predictable. Wouldn't be surprised here if he came in with a fastball. He's pitched backwards a little bit here.
0-2 pitch. It's away for a ball, 1-2. Pinckney, the Sea Dog leader in home runs with 10. Line drive, right field, base hit for Andrew Pinckney. So a 1-out single for Pinckney. He's now 1 for 4. And I'll bring up the catcher, Jon Lester.
Like a hanging breaking ball. Right in the wheelhouse of Pinckney, who ripped a home run at Fenway Park.
25-year-old from Atlanta. Getting that thrill at Fenway. And, you know, if you're a minor leaguer in the Red Sox organization, you hope that's not the thrill of a lifetime, meaning that that's going to be your pinnacle of achievement at Fenway Park. You want a chance to get up there and do that again and play for the Red Sox instead of representing the Sea Dogs at Fenway, like we saw at Futures at Fenway with the Lowell Spinners and the Portland Sea Dogs playing that doubleheader back on August 11th.
I think that's what's great about that game. It gives you a taste of what life could be like.
Well, as you said to Jay Johnson at the top of the telecast, you know, do you play out, you know, thinking about what could happen here today? And that's something that, yeah, I'd like to be a guy who's in the middle of things, but Jay didn't even think he was going to play. He'd been hit by a pitch. It didn't get in until later in the game, but it turns into a hero in that game.
And Arnie Baylor got everybody in that game, which was nice too. All the position players were able to play, and it was a good storybook ending. Both games, walk-off hits. The Lowell manager Gary DiSarcina told his players, some of you won't ever get here.
Popped up behind home plate, back after is LaFountain, but he'll run out of room. It's into the crowd. This is that moment at Fenway Park with Jay Johnson sending it off the wall and left. 2 runs scored, and in the bottom half of the 9th inning, Arnie Baylor there to celebrate with Johnson. The teammates coming out as well. Game-winning hit for Johnson, and the Sea Dogs picked up that victory against Harrisburg at Fenway. Otnes sends it towards left field. Back after it and turning around to play it off the wall is Curtis. Heading to third is Pinckney. Heading into second with a 1-out double is Otnes, and the Sea Dogs have runners in scoring position with 1 away. 9th double this year for Jon Otnes, who's now brought that average back over the Mendoza line with a 2-for-4 night here at Hadlock.
And the Sea Dogs, well, they'll get some good news if they win here tonight, because Connecticut just beat New Hampshire in a walk-off single. So they would be tied to the standings, but technically the Sea Dogs would have a better winning percentage with fewer losses.
So an important moment here for Portland as they can pick up that game in the standings and keep that pressure on, trying to get that final playoff spot in the Northern Division. Right now they have a 2-run lead. They have runners on second and third. The infield brought in for Trenton. The Tigers have stretched their lead over the Yankees to 14-0. Time is called as the catcher, LaFountain, will go out and talk briefly with Jackson. Pinckney leads off third. Otnes, after the double, is at second. Zach Borowiak is 0 for 3.
You can see here late in the game, they're going to pull in that infield.
The 1-0. Outside, 2-0. Borowiak's a guy who came in hitting .236 on the season, but with runners in scoring position, hitting at .306 this year. So he's been able to deliver in situations such as these. 2-0 pitch. Line drive, right field, into the corner, foul ball. Foul ball, but didn't miss by too much. Borowiak will head back. And Pinckney and Otnes will head back to their bases. Hard hit, but foul against Steven Jackson. And the count's 2-1.
Trenton played a 14-inning game yesterday, so not much rest in that bullpen. Looks like they're going to just stick with Jackson here in the 8th.
Game they lost to Binghamton, but they still clinched the Northern Division top spot with Portland's loss to New Hampshire. Time asked for and granted. Well, especially too with double headers looming the next 2 days. It's on Jackson's shoulders right now to work out of this jam. Try to keep it at a 2-run game and give Trenton a chance in the top half of the 9th inning. Again, time called. And another conversation.
And at the minor league level, even though Trenton's clinched, they can't rest guys. They don't have expanded rosters. This is still developing. You know, maybe next series to set up their rotation a little bit, but you still have to get guys in. You want to win these games just as much. Had to be strange clinching yesterday and then still playing and losing.
2-1 pitch. Inside, 3-1. Yeah, Tony Franklin didn't seem to care. He figured we've won 78 games. Doesn't matter how that first place is clinched, they earned it. And when you clinch it more than a week before the end of the regular season, you've done something right all season long. 3-1 to count. Inside for a ball, and the bases are loaded. Back to the top of the order as Jeff Corselletti has a chance here to give Portland some needed insurance. But first, a trip to the mound from Scott Aldred.
Well, first base is open, but you have Corselletti, who bats from the left side of these, get the quicker way out of the batter's box, doesn't hit into many double plays with good speed. So that's not exactly what you want there. On that 2-1 pitch, they were trying to go in on Borowiak, trying to get him to jam one on the left side. We got something going on in the bullpen down there.
Well, there's some stretching and some movement, but no warm-up pitches yet. Yeah, this is just a little coaching session from Aldred, trying to get Jackson on track. Bases loaded, 1 out, bottom half of the 8th inning. Pinckney at third, Otnes at second, Borowiak at first. And Jeff Corselletti, who has scored 2 of the 4 Portland runs, at the plate. Walkden was caught stealing in the 6th, struck out in the 4th. Singleton scored in the 2nd. Walkden scored in the 1st. So Corselletti is 1 for 2, 2-run score. Big chance here for Corselletti. Ahead in the count, 1-0. Set towards center field, moving back is Jamal Strong. He has it to put it away. Tagging at third is Pinckney. He'll come in to score. Heading into second is Borowiak. Heading over to third is Otnes. So all 3 base runners move up 90 feet. It results in a run scored for Portland, and they're on top 5-2.
And that was a great read by John Otnes. He saw Strong reaching up to make the catch, so he realized that's a tough throwing position. Watch him reach up right there at the last minute. That takes away, and he slipped a little bit, but that momentum, if you're reaching up to go back, that's hard to come in and throw, and that's a good read by Otnes. Good base running. Don't have to be a great runner, a fast runner, to be a good base runner.
So an RBI for Corselletti, his 53rd of the year. And now bring up Iggy Suarez.
See, I like the little things in baseball. You know, if Iggy hits a ball here in the hole, you only have one place to go now, and he's got speed. So moving up can create havoc.
That's in there for strike one. Suarez delivered in the second inning, an RBI double. He would come in to score. Walked and scored in the first, singled in the fourth, flew out to left field in the seventh. So Suarez is 2 for 3 with 2 runs scored as he steps out. The count 0-1 here in the 8th.
Credit Borowiak too. All 3 runners advancing when the ball hit the center.
Fouled off by Suarez. He's down in the count 0-2.
Now Suarez and Bell have become fan favorites here, Eric, because of their first names. Doesn't take much. Iggy and Bubba.
A Bubba and an Iggy, and you're in the hearts of the Sea Dog fans. Let's see if Iggy can deliver. Oh-2 pitch. In the dirt. Catcher's looking for it, but it spins right up and ends up about 4 feet behind home plate. Well, just a fortunate bounce there for Trenton. Unfortunate for Portland because the runners had moved up. You have a runner 90 feet away, and if this one makes it back to the backstop, it's a 6-2 game. But instead, it may have caught the mask too and spun straight up in the air and ends up right behind home plate. So LaFountain doing a good job behind the plate tonight. Corselletti stole a couple of bases on him, but he did throw out Corselletti. The last attempt now another block by LaFountain, so it's 2 in a row. He's also blocked the plate a couple of times on runners trying to score. Jackson making him work here in the top of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th, excuse me. Count is even up at 2-2. 2 on, 2 outs. Here in the home half of the 8th. Down for a ball. 3-2. First base is open, but designated hitter Jeff Natale waits on deck. Three-two pitch. Swing and a miss. Suarez will try to get down the first, but LaFountain is there to throw him out, and that ends the 8th inning. But the Sea Dogs do pick up a run, and they stretch their lead out to 5-2.
Are the credit card bills closing in on you?
Sick and tired of the constant struggle just to stay afloat?
Shouldn't this be the year you get a fresh start?
Well, now you can settle your debts with dignity and without bankruptcy.
Get the professional help of the Debt Reduction Law Center and get a fresh start.
I just sign up. They do all the real work.
Better than consolidation or credit counseling, the Debt Reduction Law Center uses the power of legal professionals to settle your debts.
The fact is, it's you versus them. But what's new is, you don't have to face this alone. We can help.
We'll get you an affordable monthly payment.
And settle your debt so you'll have hundreds more each month.
You really should call if you have over 10 grand in debt. Don't put this off. Legal settlement can get you fast, easy debt resolution and let you get back to the important things in life.
Make the call stop, settle your debts, and move on to a better life. For a free consultation, call 800-560-7196. That's 800-560-7196.
We head to the top half of the 9th inning. The Sea Dogs have led throughout this one. The lead now 3 runs as Trenton comes up. Last chance here for the Thunder to try to tie it. Tomorrow at 5:30, catch the all-new Globe 10.0 presented by Verizon. Charlie Pierce will join host Bob Ryan, and they'll break down the day's 10 hottest topics. You can get the point every Tuesday through Thursday at the new primetime, 5:30. Mike Antonellis, we've talked a bit about the who's who of the Portland Sea Dogs. How about a who's who for Trenton Thunder? Remember back in the days where the Thunder were the Red Sox affiliate, AA level?
Yeah, Tony Clark. Remember Tony Clark almost had a big hit against the Red Sox in the American League Championship Series. Nomar, David Eckstein, and Ken Maka.
Ken Maka sharing a title with you, NESN analyst. You may not have thought of it in those terms, but we do here at NESN.
That's why you showed that graphic.
Bob Ryan's name on it too. We aim to please. Mike James has come on for the 52nd time this season.
And he's 20 of 24 in save opportunities for the Sea Dogs. His record 1-3, 3.71 ERA. He's allowed 51 hits, as you see, and 53 and a third. And the walks have been a problem at times, 35, but he has racked out 58 strikeouts, and he's done a nice job as the closer for Portland. It's either do or die, hero or goats. It's a tough role to have, and this is first year at AA. He's done a good job.
James is an interesting story because he has not spent his baseball career as a pitcher. He was a catcher into his high school years, but he ended up as a pitcher during his freshman year at the University of Connecticut. A couple of injuries popped up and they needed a closer, and he was ready to step in. He actually became a starter his senior season again because of injury problems, and James back now to the closer role in his 5th minor league season. We'll see what he's able to do here tonight against the Trenton Thunder, trying to close out a win for the Portland Sea Dogs. New Hampshire has already lost tonight, so a big spot here for Portland. Try to even things back up in the Northern Division. Strike one to LaFountain. 0-1 is fouled off, and quickly the catcher is down 0-2. LaFountain is 1 for 3 tonight, reached on an error in the 2nd. Flew out to center in the 4th and singled to left in the 6th. Oh-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strikeout for James, 1 away.
That was a nice changeup. He had JT LaFountain way out in front of this pitch. That's tantalizing. Look at the drop on that changeup. Nice pitching when you're ahead in the count. That was a nice changeup, though.
So the strikeout for James. Now bring up Gabe Lopez, number 9 hitter in the Trenton lineup. Lopez is 1 for 2. Singled in the 2nd. Popped out the 2nd and the 4th and walked in the 7th. Jon Lester started the game. He is in line to be the winning pitcher here in his brief return to the AA level. Inside for a ball, 2-0.
And if the Sea Dogs end up winning a playoff spot by 1 game, be one very big win by Jon Lester that might help.
High for a ball, 3-0. Pitch. In there for a strike, 3-1 to Lopez. Lester started it, went 6 plus 1 batter in the 7th, gave up 5 hits, 1 run, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. James on to try to close it. Popped up right side and out of play, and the count will go full to Gabe Lopez. Hertzler, Dobies, and now James following Lester to the mound for the Sea Dogs. Portland has struggled here at Hadlock Field during the month of August. This will be a great time to turn things in a positive direction. Fly ball right field. Brian Pritz there, 2 down. The regular season ends 1 week from tonight on Labor Day. Will the Sea Dogs be in the playoffs? They won the Eastern League Championship last year. They need to get into the playoffs with some strong play here in the final week of the regular season. And again, this would be a good first step with a win over the first place team in the Northern Division, the Trenton Thunder. They're 1 out away from that win. Regi Corona looks at ball 1. Corona, the leadoff hitter, walked in the first, popped out the second in the second inning. Grounded to third on a fine play by Pickney in the fourth, and grounded into a double play in the seventh. A couple of good defensive plays for both squads here tonight. Pickney's play in the fourth against Corona, also that double play in the seventh, while not spectacular, came at a good time to keep Trenton quiet. Play at the plate. Turned in by Portland. 2 outs at the plate recorded by Trenton. And it's led to this moment with Mike James on the mound trying to close it out for the Portland Sea Dogs. 2-1 the count to Corona. There's that changeup, and it's 2-2.
Getting that run to the 8th certainly helped for the Sea Dogs. It gives James some wiggle room. Again, look at that changeup. Good break, good depth on that pitch. James has had a nice change here in the ninth. Needs maybe one more good one to end it.
The crowd standing here at Hadlock Field. The Sea Dogs 1 strike away from a big win. It's been a big night here in Portland. The anticipation of seeing a major league pitcher who did so well here 2 years ago, and Jon Lester returned to the mound. The excitement of being in a push to the playoffs. And now James trying to end it. Inside for a ball. The biggest cheers have been reserved for Jon Lester, but every time they've put the latest touchdown from the Detroit Tigers on the scoreboard, that's gotten a good cheer from the crowd too. So all in all, a good night. And then you put that together with a loss by the Fisher Cats, the team that Portland is fighting with for that final playoff spot. And it's been a very good night here at Hadlock Field. Can it be a great night? Here's the 3-2. Ground ball, line drive, final out, and that's it. Bates caught it on a line, and that does it. James with a 1-2-3 ninth inning. And the Sea Dogs with Jon Lester picking up the win. Knock off the Trenton Thunder by a final score of 5-2. A win that the Sea Dogs needed in the start of a very big week here at Hadlock against the Trenton Thunder.
Yeah, things got really bad for the Sea Dogs. That team right in front of them, as you see the standings in the Northern Division, they dropped 3 of 4 New Hampshire. They wake up today, it's a brand new day. They're home, a game on Nesson. Jon Lester on the hill, the Yankee affiliate in town. They put together a strong performance, scoring 4 runs. Early on, that was nice. They scored right away. It takes some pressure off, I think, to score some runs right off the bat. And a good win here tonight for Portland in their playoff stretch.
Mike, enjoyed doing this with you again. Well done.
That was fun. Thank you.
And best of luck this final week of the season as the Sea Dogs try to make it back to the playoffs. For Mike Antonellis and our entire Nesson crew, I'm Eric Freed. Thank you for watching this presentation of the Road to Fenway. Once again, the final score. The Sea Dogs beat the Trenton Thunder behind a win for Jon Lester by a final score of 5-2. Visit Nesson.com, where New England sports live online. This has been a presentation of Nesson, New England's most watched sports network. Stay tuned next for Sports Desk, presented by FW Webb with Hazel May.
I don't go anywhere without my Bobblepedic.
At $1,400 less than a Tempur-Pedic, my Bobblepedic won't hit you hard in the wallet.
Michael Vick formally pleaded guilty to federal dogfighting charges Monday morning, adding that he takes full responsibility for his actions and apologized to his public and his teammates. We'll get his full apology for you later in the show. After missing a full training camp and 3 preseason games, cornerback Asante Samuel has reported to Patriots camp. Samuel signed his 1-year franchise tender. More from Foxborough in minutes. But first. Just about here. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sports Desk, presented by FW Webb, home of Frank Webb's Bass Centers. Thanks for joining us. I'm Hazel May. The Red Sox probably wish they could face the Southsiders from Chicago a few more times before the postseason, but it's just that. Wishful thinking. You see, on deck for the Local 9, their first look at the Yankees since early June. But while the Red Sox kicked back on Monday, the Yankees still had Tigers to tame.
It'll be Grandison.
Mike Mussina coming off the shortest outing of the season versus the Angels, bottom 1. He continues to struggle. Bases loaded. Carlos Guillen with a deep drive to center. Look at Melky Cabrera with a nice over-the-shoulder grab. Placido Polanco does tack up to score. It's a 1-0 Tigers lead. Bottom 3, 5-0 Tigers. Brandon Inge pops one up to right. Bobby Abreu chasing, sliding, can't make up the territory there to make that grab. Ryan Rayburn will score from first. Mussina done after only 3 innings. He's given up 13 earned runs in his last 2 starts. That's not good. 6-0 Tigers. Bottom 4, still 6-zip. Edward Ramirez in on relief. First batter he faces is Polanco, and he takes him to town. Home run number 8 of the season, his 50th multi-hit game of the year. 7-0 Detroit. Bottom 5, 9-0 now. Runners on the corners. Marcus Timms rips one down the line. Inge will score. The Tigers have a commanding 10-0 lead. They go on to maul the Yankees. 60-0 in the bottom of the 8th. Tigers placed Gary Sheffield on the 15-day DL, but obviously they didn't need him on this night. So here's how the AL East looks on the eve of that big battle in the Bronx. The Red Sox will enter the Bronx with an 8-game lead on the second-place Yanks, barring the greatest comeback ever in Detroit. Here's what's coming down the pipe with FW Webb. We got some doozies for pitching matchups for you. Daisuke Matsuzaka gets things going in the opener against Andy Pettitte. The best pitcher in the bigs right now, Josh Beckett, facing 7-time Cy Young winner Roger Clemens, and veteran Curt Schilling pitching the finale Thursday afternoon. The Yankees will counter with Chin-Ming Wong. With more on the big battle in the Bronx, here's Don and Jerry.
Well, after a 4-game sweep by the Red Sox of the Chicago White Sox, the Bronx is waiting. The Red Sox will head to Yankee Stadium.
Well, they're in great shape, Boston is. There's no question about that. Worst case scenario, they go in there with a 7-game lead. Really, all you have to do is win 1 game, you know, and you walk out of there in decent shape. And there's a good chance it could be 8 games going in. So this sweep of the Chicago White Sox over the weekend was huge. It did put some separation between the Red Sox and New York. They're all big series. There's no question about that, especially when you get late in the year. But all the pressure's on New York for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's against the Red Sox. They have to sweep them. They basically have to sweep them to get back in the race. But also their concern is the wild card, where they are falling behind a little bit there too. So Red Sox can enjoy their day off in New York and actually have some fun at Yankee Stadium.
Red Sox and Yankees will have all 3 for you right here on NESN from the Bronx. Now back to Sports Desk.
Don, thank you. It's been some 3 months since the Sox last saw their biggest rivals, but that will end on Tuesday. It's the Sox-Yankees down at the Bronx for an all-important 3-game series. You know what they say, before you move forward, you need to first take a look at where you've been.
A beautiful night at Fenway Park for baseball's greatest rivalry.
The Red Sox struck first in the series season opener at Fenway, closing out the Yankees in Game 1 with the help of some new faces.
He struck him out, the Red Sox win.
In the final game of the series, the Sox added another chapter to the rivalry, tying a major league record by belting 4 consecutive home runs in a victory that gave Boston its first sweep of the Yankees at home since 1990.
That ball is hit, and that one is on its way. Number 4 in a row.
1 week later, the Sox rolled into the Bronx, taking 2 of 3 to finish off April with a 5-1 series lead. leaving the Yankees in last place in the division and Joe Torre's job in jeopardy. Despite trailing by 9.5 in the AL East, Torre and the Pinstripes showed some life in May, taking 2 of 3 at home to hold Boston's division lead to single digits. It was the same story in June as the Yankees managed to steal 2 of 3 again, this time at Fenway, featuring a rubber match classic in which Jonathan Papelbon and the Sox were unable to slam the door on A-Rod and the Yankees.
In the right center field, hit pretty well. Coco Crisp, it's gone! A home run! And the Yankees lead 6-5.
But a lot has changed since June 3rd. Along with the addition of Roger Clemens, the Yankees have been the hottest team in baseball since the All-Star break, cutting what was once a 14.5 game lead down to just 4 1 week ago. The Red Sox, on the other hand, aren't exactly coasting through the end of August. The local 9 enter the Bronx, coming off a 4-game series sweep of Chicago, where they outscored the White Sox 46-7. There are still 5 weeks left in the season, but it will no doubt be a playoff atmosphere when the two powerhouses collide once again in the Bronx.
Can you stand it? The opener of this heated rivalry gets underway Tuesday night right here on NESN. Our high-definition coverage kicks off with our pregame show 1 hour earlier at 6 p.m. A pair of socks shared an honor Monday. David Ortiz and Mike Lowell named American League Co-Players of the Week. It's the 3rd Career Player of the Week award for Lowell. During the past week, Lowell hit .500, and in the Sox 4-game romp over the White Sox, Lowell went 10 for 19 with 6 runs scored and 7 RBI. And Lowell will gladly share the honor with teammate David Ortiz. Big Papi picks up his 4th Career Player of the Week honor. Ortiz was just as impressive last week, hitting .478 with 3 homers and 8 RBI. Overall, he's now hitting .324 with 24 homers and 87 knocked in. Well, the standoff is over. Cornerback Asante Samuel reported to Patriots camp Monday, ending his month-long holdout. Samuel, who missed all of training camp in 3 preseason games, signed his $7.79 million one-year franchise tender. Samuel was not present for the media portion of practice, but Catherine Tappan was.
Since training camp began on July 27th, we haven't seen cornerback Asante Samuel. And we still haven't. Asante was not present during the media portion of practice on Monday afternoon, but he is here in Foxborough and at Gillette Stadium. Bill Belichick didn't have much to say about welcoming Asante back.
Asante came to the facility this morning. I spoke with him. He's going through the normal process that any player would go through at the beginning of camp in terms of getting his physical, taking the conditioning run and so forth. So that's basically where we are on that one. Yeah, it's always good to have all the players available. Sure. I told you that. I told you what the extent of it is. That's it. He came in today. He's here. All right. Well, I mean, the rest of the hypothetical questions, they're all hypothetical. I don't know. Doesn't make any difference. Just go day to day. Go with the information that's available.
It's expected that Asante is getting his physical and testing complete, and it's likely we'll see him on the field on Tuesday afternoon. That would be the last practice remaining before the Patriots conclude the preseason with their finale on Thursday night against the Giants. In Foxborough, Catherine Tappan, NESN Sports Desk.
Samuel's return is obviously a huge boost to the Patriots' defensive backfield. He'll likely line up with Ellis Hobbs as the other starter. Randall Gay is option number 3, and this also gives the flexibility to use rookie Brandon Merriweather at both corner and safety. He had been spending most of camp at corner. And we'll continue on with the Patriots D when Catherine returns with her exclusive interview with a very candid Teddy Bruschi, star linebacker and new author, by the way. That's just ahead. We'll hear.
I need to grow up.
We'll hear more from a somber Michael Vick admitting his guilt in an illegal dogfighting operation. Jon Lester is back on the mound. Highlights and reaction from his start for the Sea Dogs. Back in a moment.
Sports Desk is presented by FW Webb, home of Frank Webb's Bath Centers. Visit us online at www.frankwebb.com.
Great news, Mrs. Wilson. Credit Card of America is able to cut your monthly credit card payments by $248.
Mr. Lynch, it looks like you'll be able to save over $13,000 in interest payments with Credit Card of America.
Credit Card of America is a nonprofit credit counseling company.
We're here to help you solve your credit problems and meet your financial goals.
Take this important first step toward financial freedom and call Credit Card of America. Certified credit counselors are standing by right now.
If you are $3,000 or more in debt and 30 days behind in payments, we can help you. So call our toll-free number.
Our certified credit counselors are standing by to provide you with free credit counseling services and assist you in becoming debt-free.
Take this important first step toward financial freedom right now and call Credit Card of America. Certified credit counselors are standing by right now. Call Credit Card of America.
We can assist you in becoming debt-free.
America runs on Dunkin's new iced tea. Thirst-quenching deliciousness like only Dunkin' can bring you. Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin'.
Refresh your summer with Dunkin' Donuts new iced tea and the Red Sox. By entering the Dunkin' Donuts Refresh Your Summer sweepstakes, you could win a VIP Fenway Park experience. Visit Nesson.com and enter today.
Sports Desk is brought to you in part by Prism Consulting, located in Quincy, Massachusetts, helping businesses lower operating costs through energy conservation.
Guilty. That's what Michael Vick said in court Monday as he formally pled guilty to one felony count of conspiracy on dogfighting charges. Vick is scheduled to be sentenced December 10th. As part of his plea agreement, prosecutors have recommended 12 to 18 months in prison, but he could still get up to 5 years in the slammer. The 27-year-old admitted in his plea that he funded Bad News Kennel and was responsible for killing dogs that underperformed. He did not admit personally killing dogs or profiting from fights. After entering his plea, a very apologetic Vick addressed the media.
I want to apologize to all the young kids out there for my immature acts. I take full responsibility for my actions. For 1 second will I sit right here, not for 1 second will I sit right here and point the finger, try to blame anybody else for my actions or what I've done. I'm totally responsible, and those things just didn't have to happen. Dogfighting is a terrible thing, and I didn't reject it. If I'm more disappointed with myself, if anything, it's because of all the young people, young kids that I've let down, who look at Michael Vick as a role model. And to have to go through this and put myself in this situation, I hope that every young kid out there in the world watching this interview right now who's been following the case, use me as an example to using better judgment and making better decisions.
As for the Atlanta Falcons, the team sent a demand letter alerting Vick's representatives that they want to reclaim the $22 million paid to Vick in signing bonuses. Now, you heard Vick acknowledge lying to a lot of people during the investigation, including Falcons owner Arthur Blank, who was careful when addressing Vick's future with the team.
So we cannot tell you today that Michael is cut from the team. Cutting him may feel better today emotionally for us and many of our fans, but it's not in the long-term best interests of our franchise. I recognize that this situation has tarnished our team and our brand. We've heard from fans who are embarrassed to wear a number 7 jersey now.
Pursuing his bonus money. We intend to do that. We sent out this morning a demand letter with respect to that. We will pursue it aggressively. Any dollar that we were to recoup in that bonus money would immediately, the next season, be a salary cap credit. So it affects our team and our ability to field that team directly.
Time for another break here on Sports Desk. Still ahead, the Sea Dogs hope Jon Lester will give them a big boost in their search of a postseason berth in the Eastern League playoffs. And we'll hear from a candid Teddy Bruschi on what life was like during some of his darkest days. A book that's a must-read when Sports Desk returns. Back in a moment.
That's a nice shirt, announcer boy.
Thanks. Official Red Sox team store.
Nice. That's where I got this.
I got this there too.
Oh, I also bought this.
Well, I got this Wally doll at the official Red Sox team store.
Oh yeah? I got these for my kids at that store. You just hate to lose, don't you, souvenir boy? You look a little warm. How about some water?
guess where I got the bottle? Visit us across the street from Fenway Park or order online.
Tonight, do the mojito with the refreshingly cool taste of the Bacardi Mojito.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
Welcome back. When Jon Lester was optioned to Portland last week to create a roster spot for lefty Javier Lopez, he knew it would be a temporary demotion from the Red Sox. Now he's expected to rejoin the big club this weekend after the rosters expand. Well, Monday night, 2 years since he's thrown a pitch for the Sea Dogs, Lester was back on the mound at Hadlock Field. Jon Lester back in Portland for the first time since 2005 against top-seeded Trenton. And after giving up a couple of walks in the first, he battles back to get Mike Kincaid to end the inning and keeps the Thunder off the board. Top two, Sea Dogs up 2-0. Lester staying strong. The 1-2 pitch gets Matt Carson at strikeout number 2 on the day. Bottom 2 now, 2 down. Portland now with a 4-0 lead. Aaron Bates sends this one to left. That's off the top of the monster, and Jeff Natale books it from first. But look out, here comes a relay. He is done like dinner. To the 6, JT LaFountain lines this one to left, and Carlos Mendoza gets waved in, but he too will do the old Fear Factor walk of shame back to the dugout. Jon Lester, after going 6+ strong, gives up 5 hits, just 1 earned, walks 4 while striking out 4. Comes out big, gets a standing O from a loyal crowd. Portland wins this one 5-2. Let's send it down to Eric Frito.
Thank you very much, Jon Lester. Before we talk about how you pitched here today, just talk about the atmosphere, because you had so much success 2 years ago and you've gone on and had great success at the major league level, but to be back here probably brought back a few memories.
It did. It's been fun, you know, coming down here with these guys and being a part of this again, and coming back to Hadlock is always nice. Like you said, I had a good year here, so a lot of good memories came back, and it was just a lot of fun. Went out and you know, tried to do the best and put these guys in a position to hopefully win the game.
What was working for you today? What did you take out of this appearance today that you can really use going forward?
Well, the thing that I was really happy with is mechanically, I'm real close. I made some adjustments for the game. Me and Cather did, and you know, it's real close. There's at times where everything felt, you know, locked in, and then at times where I got back to doing my old stuff. So if we can just, you know, get back to repeating that, the delivery that felt good all the time, and then we'll be good to go. As for stuff-wise, I mean, really, the curveball was kind of not very good tonight, but threw some good changeups and some good cutters, so I was happy with it.
I know the one thing that you've been trying to do is you just want to throw strikes, get the ball into play. Do you feel like you made a step forward in that direction, the proper direction here tonight?
At times, yes. At times, no. I mean, because I walked 4 guys again. So, you know, early on we wanted to establish fastball command, and, you know, second and third and fourth inning, you could tell that we did a good job of that because they were sitting on the fastball. So we had to go back and try to mix in a curveball and a changeup and get them off that. And like I said, my curveball wasn't very good tonight. It was kind of loopy, but threw some good changeups that you know, got them out front and got some easy outs.
What's next, the next few days leading up to your next start?
Well, I'm here till Thursday. Got a bullpen on Thursday here, and just hanging out, really. You know, I got 10 days to be down here until they can call me back up, and you know, hopefully on Sunday we'll go get them at Fenway.
All right, Jon, good to see you back here in Portland. Look forward to seeing you at Fenway on Sunday.
Thank you.
That's Jon Lester. Now we go back to you.
Frito, thank you. Entering his 12th NFL season, you can now add the title of author to linebacker Teddy Bruschi's list of accomplishments. Never Give Up, My Stroke, My Recovery, and My Return to the NFL chronicles the Patriots star linebacker's life between his stroke and his return to the gridiron. He spoke exclusively with Nessa's Catherine Tappan about his amazing journey.
I think it's very important for people to understand what I went through coming back. So many thoughts, so many doubts, so many reservations, and if that wasn't in there, you wouldn't be getting the true story. It wasn't just me waking up all of a sudden and said, okay, I had a stroke, I'm going to go play football now. It was a tough process for my mind to get there, and I wanted people to relate to this that have had other strokes, that have had their own strokes, that have had adversity in their life, that sometimes you can't just turn the switch on and be ready to do something. There is a process that you have to go through. There are people that you need. You need help from others. You know, one thing I learned is that being a professional athlete, being mentally tough, you think you can handle everything by yourself. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you need someone to put their arm around you and give you a little bit of encouragement, to give you a little bit more courage when you think you don't have any more.
And you can catch much more of Catherine's exclusive interview with Bruschi and co-author Michael Hawley in its entirety on Tuesday night's edition of Sports Desk, right after Red Sox-Yankees coverage. Lots more ahead here on Sports Desk still to come. The Heat chose not to bring back this member of its championship team, so the Celtics snapped him up, hoping he'll bring that kind of luck to the green. And it's a rivalry revisited. We'll get you primed up for another intense bout between the Sox and the Yankees. We'll ring the bell after this.
Isn't it time you got serious about one of the most serious areas of your life, your lifelong companion? Don't leave it to chance. Leave it to Great Expectations. Join the thousands of members who've experienced lifelong happiness and join today. Visit them at greatexpectations.com.
This is you after an energy drink. Unfortunately, so is this. Why do energy drinks make you crash? 1 minute you're wired up, the next you feel worse than before. The answer is the large amounts of sugar and caffeine. That's why you should try a new liquid energy shot called 5 Hour Energy. With 5 Hour Energy, you can leave grogginess behind and sail through your day without feeling jittery, tense, or, you know. That's because 5 Hour Energy contains a powerful blend of B vitamins for energy, amino acids for focus and better mood, and enzymes to help you feel it faster. There's 0 sugar, 0 net carbs, and only as much caffeine as a cup of coffee. The 2-ounce shot takes just seconds to drink, and in minutes you're feeling awake, alert, and productive. And that feeling lasts for hours. So if your energy drink makes you crash, switch to 5 Hour Energy. Hours of energy now, no crash later. Find out if 5 Hour Energy is right for you. It's available at these fine stores, or for more information, go to 5hourenergy.com.
Looking for a change of scenery, the chance to see the country, and to meet new people? Northeast Technical Institute can give you the skills you need to earn your commercial driver's license, an important step for anyone interested in professional truck driving. At Northeast Technical Institute, you'll get the hands-on training that can start you down the road to a whole new life. Call Northeast Technical Institute right now at 1-800-447-1151. That's 1-800-447-1151.
and Lori paid over $9,000 to sell their home. Tom and Becky called Assist-A-Sell and paid just $29.95. Their real estate experts will show and sell your home and arrange inspections and paperwork for as low as $29.95. Imagine what you can do with all that extra cash. Assist-A-Sell, the only way to sell your home.
Assist-A-Sell has changed Maine real estate forever, saving buyers and sellers over $1 million in commissions in just 2 years.
They'll sell your home for as low as $29.95, serving Eastern, Central, Northern, and Down East Maine.
Assist-A-Sell, the only way to sell your home.
On this week's new installment of Sox Appeal, meet Kevin, a Harley-riding truck driver nursing a broken heart. He's looking for love at Fenway. Find out if any of the dates are going his way Wednesday night right after Sox-Yankees coverage. Sox Appeal, we're making romance a reality one game at a time. The Celtics continue to add to the supporting cast around Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Ray Allen. Monday, the C's introduced free agent swingman James Posey after agreeing to a 2-year contract over the weekend. Posey averaged almost 8 points and 5 rebounds in 71 games for Miami last season.
Very excited, the opportunity to win at a high level, and
at the end of the day, you play to win and to win a championship, and I think it's a great opportunity here, and you could just feel it in the air. And the moves that were made this offseason, it's a big step towards that. And like I said, I'm just happy to be a part of it. For me, it starts on the defensive end, bringing in that energy there, and just the competitiveness and able to compete. Right now, I'm just going to work on trying to learn the system, get used to my teammates, and get on the same page.
The Celtics team that takes the floor this season will hardly resemble the one from last year. 8 new faces have walked through that door, while 8 have been sent packing. Of course, the biggest being KG and Ray Allen. We're in the home stretch here on Sports Desk. Still ahead. We know he's got game on the mound, but in an alley? How you can catch Beckett the Kingpin in action. And we'll detail the mound matchups for the series at the stadium. More Bronx tales for you after this. Take a look now at your Team Sully Mack League leading power hitters.
Sullivan McLaughlin Companies, providing electrical and telecom services to America's most beloved ballpark.
So, Brooklyn style or Philly cheesesteak pizza?
Big foldable slices or steak and cheese. Guys, Brooklyn or Philly? Philly. Brooklyn. Philly. Brooklyn. Philly. Brooklyn. Brooklyn. Philly. Brooklyn. Philly. Brooklyn. Philly.
Brooklyn.
No, Philly. Brooklyn. Philly. Brooklyn.
The debate rages on.
Brooklyn.
Get a large one-topping Brooklyn style or a medium Philly cheesesteak pizza for just $9.99. Call or get them online.
I've got it.
We've got it. We've got it.
Got what? Health insurance. Massachusetts residents are now required to have it, and the state's Health Connector makes it more affordable and easier to get.
I've got it.
Me too.
Call or go to our website to compare plans, get information, and choose the right plan for you. Get preventive care and medical and financial protection.
I'm getting it. I've used it.
We've got it.
Get health insurance now through the state's Health Connector.
I never go anywhere without my Papa-Pedic.
I can't bear to see you pay $1,400 more for a Tempur-Pedic. This Friday, Kevin Millar, Miguel Tejada, and the Baltimore Orioles fly into town for a 3-game set. Last time they faced the Red Sox, the O's took 2 out of 3. Our coverage on Yawkey Way begins early. Start your weekend early. Friday Night Fenway, presented by Team Sully Mack.
America runs on Dunkin's new iced tea. Thirst-quenching deliciousness like only Dunkin' can bring you. Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin'.
Refresh your summer with Dunkin' Donuts' new iced tea and the Red Sox. By entering the Dunkin' Donuts Refresh Your Summer sweepstakes, you could win a VIP Fenway Park experience. Visit Nesson.com and enter today.
This segment of Sports Desk is brought to you in part by Bacardi.
Join Red Sox All-Star pitcher Josh Beckett and other sports heroes for the Beckett Bowl, a star-studded charitable bowling tournament at Town Line 10 Pin on September 13th. All proceeds benefit the Josh Beckett Foundation and Children's Hospital Boston. Corporate sponsorships are still available. Call 617-338-2766 or visit BeckettBowl.com for more information. The Red Sox-Yankees opener Tuesday night will pit Daisuke Matsuzaka against Andy Pettitte. Matsuzaka was once again the tough luck loser against the Devil Rays in their series finale. Matsuzaka looking for his 14th victory of the season, while Pettitte, well, he helped the Yankees avoid a sweep at the hands of the Angels last week thanks to his 5th straight win in as many starts. Back to Mr. Beckett. He will pitch in the marquee matchup in the middle frame of the series. Beckett became the major's first 16-game winner thanks to an 11-3 win over Chicago. Now he's in search of his first Cy Young Award and will face off against a guy who was his childhood idol and someone who's won 7 Cy Youngs in his career. That, of course, is fellow Texan Roger Clemens. The Rocket has never faced Beckett. Clemens picked up a no decision in his start against the Tigers on Friday. The 44-year-old, who's 5-5 on the season, now has an ERA close to 5 thanks to surrendering 6 runs in 5 innings in Detroit. I guess that's all $28 million buys you these days. And it will be Kurt Schilling bringing up the rear in the finale. A Thursday afternoon matinee, the veteran right-hander improved his season mark to 8-5 when he allowed just 3 hits and a run in 6 innings, capping off that dominant doubleheader against the White Sox. Wong will be gunning for his 16th victory of the season. He improved to 5-1 in his last 7 starts thanks to a 7-2 victory over the Tigers on Saturday. And just a reminder, NESN's high-definition coverage of the opener between the Red Sox and Yankees kicks off with our pregame show at 6 p.m. And before we go, just want to remind you that the Red Sox Legends and Friends Pro-Am gets underway at TPC Boston Tuesday morning. If you're in the area, stop by and say hello to some former Red Sox and some Bruins favorites. That's it for this edition of Sports Desk presented by FW Webb, home of Frank Webb's Bass Centers. I'm Hazel May. I'll see you tomorrow morning beginning at 5 a.m. Get out there and enjoy it.
Sox Appeal, making romance a reality, one game at a time. Wednesdays on NESN.
For 33 weeks, the PGA Tour's best battled to position themselves for a run at the next great achievement in golf.
It's a good line. What a shot!
He's the king in the Queen City this week.
To back.
Unbelievable.
He got it.
Tiger Woods good enough to put away another World Golf Championship.
Finally, the first ever PGA Tour playoffs for the FedEx Cup have arrived.
This is the best tour in the world. We're going to have the best players playing, and it's going to be awfully tough to win. 4 big events at the end of the year, everybody has to play. We all going to be ready to play. I'm geared up. I just hope the rest of the guys are too.
It's very exciting. I'm looking forward to it, and I think it's going to get the fans a bit more excited too. And at the end of the day, that's what we all want. We can't wait for it.
To win a season-long event like that, it would definitely be like winning the Super Bowl.
It's going to be great for us as competitors, but even better for the fans.
4 premium events on 4 of America's biggest stages: New York, Boston, Chicago, and Atlanta. 4 consecutive weeks of action-packed competition, culminating with the Tour Championship presented by Coca-Cola. This week, the playoffs continue in Boston, where the demanding TPC Boston awaits. 120 of the PGA Tour's finest have advanced to the second round. 50 will be eliminated at week's end. It's survive and advance at the Deutsche Bank Championship, the second stop in the race for the FedEx Cup. Welcome to 2007 PGA Tour Playoffs, race for the FedEx Cup. The first ever PGA Tour Playoffs for the FedEx Cup kicked off last week outside of New York City. And if the action at the Barclays is any indication, golf fans are in for a wild ride throughout the playoffs. At one point on the back nine Sunday, no fewer than 5 golfers were within a single shot of the lead. The tournament would be decided by a final group showdown between 12th-seeded Steve Stricker and KJ Choi. Stricker, who held the 54-hole lead, entered the playoffs as the highest-ranked player without a victory, while Choi came in ranked 5th in the FedEx Cup point standings on the strength of 2 wins in '07. After a lackluster 3-over-par start, Choi caught fire at the turn with birdies at 9, 10.
Oh, look at this.
That's just superb.
And 12.
KJ Choi, he's at 13, now tied.
Tied with Choi on the par 3 14th, Stricker regained the lead with a birdie of his own. Only to share it once again a hole later as Choi dropped a haymaker for birdie and a tie atop the leaderboard. But Stricker would take over from there with birdies at 16.
That was a good two.
17.
Well played.
And one more for good measure at the last. Birdies on 4 of his last 5 holes ended a 6-year PGA Tour winless drought for Stricker and gave him the overall lead in the FedEx Cup point standings. With his runner-up performance, KJ Choi moves from 5th to 2nd in the FedEx Cup standings, and a solo 3rd was good enough for Rory Sabatini to pass previous FedEx Cup points leader Tiger Woods for 3rd. Ernie Els entered the top 10 on the strength of his tie for 4th at the Barclays. Joining Els in that 4th place tie, Mark Calcavecchia leads the second 10 in the standings, up 9 spots from last week. With a tie for 9th at the Barclays, Jerry Kelly moves into the top 30. Only the top 30 in the FedEx Cup point standings after the BMW Championship will advance to the Tour Championship presented by Coca-Cola. But the drama at the Barclays wasn't limited to the top of the standings, as 24 players were battling for their playoff lives. Ranked 134th entering the Barclays, Rich Beem needed to finish 10th or better to advance to the second round of the playoffs. And the 2002 PGA champion closed with a 1/72, finishing in a tie for 7th. Beem joins Doug LaBelle as the only players at the Barclays to play their way into the top 120 this week, knocking out a pair of Aussies in Steve Allen and Matthew Goggin. It was one and done for the rest of these gentlemen in the first ever playoffs. 50 more will be eliminated this week. Another of America's great sports towns, Boston, Mass, will play host to the second round of the PGA Tour playoffs for the FedEx Cup. And the newly redesigned TPC Boston is sure to give the players all they can handle.
Deutsche Bank is a new golf course. They've done a lot of changes to it to improve it, and it's becoming a very good test.
In 2006, TPC Boston played as the 4th toughest course on the PGA Tour, excluding the majors. And with a stroke average of more than 72.6, it played as the tour's toughest par 71.
You want to have the best golf courses. Absolutely, that's the biggest thing, and we have got that in the playoffs. You want to test the best players. You don't want to see tournaments where you're shooting 20-something under par. We've got the best players. We want to, keep them on their toes.
At 7,415 yards, the Arnold Palmer design played as the tour's 7th longest track in 2006, making power off the tee essential to success at the Deutsche Bank Championship. 3 of the 4 winners in tournament history have ranked in the top 15 in driving distance for the season. The signature hole at TPC Boston is the 543-yard par 5/18, which played as the easiest hole on the course in 2006. A well-placed drive off the tee will offer most a chance to get home in 2. Those who come up short will lose a shot in the marsh. In the final round in 2006, 39 players scored birdie or better, but another 10 scored bogey or worse, making 18 the classic definition of a risk-reward hole. Arriving at 18 with a 3-shot lead, 06 champion Tiger Woods needed only a par to cap off a final round 63. This week marks the playoff debut for a well-rested Tiger who missed the Barclays in favor of some much-needed R&R. Woods, who had held the lead in the FedEx Cup point standings since winning the Wachovia Championship back in May, now has some catching up to do. Five shots off the pace in the 3rd round of the 2006 Deutsche Bank Championship, Vijay Singh burst out of the blocks with 3 birdies and an eagle in his first 5 holes. Out in 31, Singh posted 5 more birdies on a bogey-free back 9.
And course record, 61 for Vijay Singh.
And that course record 61 also matched the lowest round of his PGA Tour career. Later in the show, with 2 wins so far in 2006, KJ Choi has positioned himself for a run at the FedEx Cup. But first, we'll break down the FedEx Cup favorites for the Deutsche Bank Championship. 2007 PGA Tour Playoffs Race for the FedEx Cup is brought to you by Deutsche Bank. The same passion that drives your business drives our own. Deutsche Bank, passion to perform.
Now that you know I love you so, hold me and kiss me and show me the way to your heart.
So Phil, we've got the playoffs coming up. You got any tips for me?
Yeah, Ernie, it's all about preparation. Start with this. It's eye black.
What's this gonna do?
Well, it's not gonna do anything, but it makes you look mean. And the other thing, right before I'd go on the field, I'd bang my head against the locker sometimes. It just really get me pumped up and fired up for the game. Ow. Of course, Ernie. I had a helmet on when I did it. Don't worry, you'll be all right. Just walk it off. It's the playoffs.
All right, man.
No. 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 What? It had a virus.
Computer's not the problem, Mr. Tucker. It's your network. With Verizon high-speed internet, you'd have a dedicated line and automatic security updates every 3 hours to keep viruses out. You could also get firewall and spyware protection.
Step up to Verizon high-speed internet. Get internet service 20 times faster than dial-up with continuous automatic security updates.
You giving rides?
Not today.
Switch now and add unlimited calling with crystal clear voice quality and 100% digital quality TV. All three for just $99.99 a month for 1 year. The speed you need, the reliability you deserve. All on a dedicated line. Order high-speed internet, phone, and TV for just $99.99 a month. Visit us online or call 1-888-577-0046 now. Verizon, it's the network.
We're America's largest refiner, and some of the vehicles we fuel don't travel on roads. For those that do, we make some of the cleanest gasoline on the planet, and every drop is performance guaranteed. And our employees contribute over 200,000 hours a year in our communities. We know you probably don't think about these things when you think of Valero. That's okay, just as long as when you do think of us, you think of this. Valero, the energy to take you anywhere.
Standing on the final tee of the Shell Houston Open and clinging to a 2-shot lead, Adam Scott hooked his driver into the water, putting his 5th career PGA Tour title in jeopardy.
Scott has found the water.
But reminiscent of his victory at the Players in 2004, the Aussie converted a clutch par putt to seal the win. At the 2006 Deutsche Bank Championship, world #1 Tiger Woods arrived at TPC Boston, riding a wave of 4 consecutive PGA Tour victories.
He's done it. 50 career victories.
Tremendous putt. His 11th individual title of the World Golf Championships.
But Tiger's longtime nemesis, Vijay Singh, was looking to put an end to that streak. With the lowest round of his PGA Tour career, the former #1 player in the world staked himself to a 3-shot lead heading into the final round. The stage set for a Monday showdown, Woods set about the task of avenging his loss to Singh at the 2004 Deutsche Bank Championship. A ferocious Tiger roared out of the gate, quickly turning a rally into a rout. In a short 7-hole span, Tiger turned a 3-shot deficit into a 2-shot lead. Out in 30, Woods closed with a fury, birdieing 2 of his final 4 holes.
Unbelievable.
I just had to run him down as fast as possible, trying to at least get him by the front 9. It was over, but I was able to do it within 3 holes. I just kept thinking that if Vijay shot something in the high 60s, I figured mid-60s would either get me to playoff or win it. That was what I had in mind today, and I was able to actually go a little bit lower than that.
Woods closed with an 8-under par 63, his lowest final round ever in victory.
The British, Buick, the PGA, the World Golf Championship, and now the Deutsche Bank Championship. Tiger has won 5 in a row.
The 06 Deutsche Bank Championship marked the 53rd time in PGA Tour competition that Tiger had taken home the hardware, and the 23rd different event that he had won. It also marked his 5th consecutive victory on tour, a feat equaled by only himself and golfing immortals Ben Hogan and Byron Nelson.
FedEx Cup favorites for the Deutsche Bank Championship. Tiger Woods.
Coming off back-to-back victories in his last 2 starts, defending Deutsche Bank champion Tiger Woods will be looking to regain the lead in the FedEx Cup point standings. Given his history at TPC Boston, chances are good that he will. In 4 career starts at the Deutsche Bank, the world's #1 has posted 3 top 10s and boasts a scoring average of 68.31.
Vijay Singh.
04 champion Vijay Singh owns the tournament's lowest career scoring average at 67.33. With a pair of victories and 4 additional top 10s, Singh finished the regular season 2nd in the FedEx Cup point standings, but a missed cut at the Barclays dropped the Fijian 4 spots to 6th. Singh will be looking to rebound in Boston, where in 3 career starts at the Deutsche Bank Championship, he's never failed to finish in the top 4.
I just feel like I'm ready. It's time. My fitness is good, my golf game is coming around, my head is straight. Put all them together, I'll be there.
Adam Scott.
9th in the FedEx Cup standings, 25-year-old Aussie Adam Scott has posted 5 top 10s this year, including a come-from-behind victory at the Shell Houston Open.
In style for Adam Scott.
And Scott should feel right at home at TPC Boston, where he has posted a win and a runner-up finish in 3 career Deutsche Bank Championship starts.
Justin Rose.
In the opening round of the inaugural Deutsche Bank Championship, Justin Rose fired a then course record 63. Good memories for the 27-year-old Englishman, who returns to Boston with 6 top 10s and only 13 starts in 07. In 4 career tournament starts, Rose has finished 4th or better twice.
Bubba Watson.
2007 driving distance leader Bubba Watson averages a whopping 316 yards per drive. As a rookie last year, Watson finished tied for 12th in his first career start at the Deutsche Bank Championship. That's no surprise, considering that at more than 7,400 yards, TPC Boston is the longest par 71 on the PGA Tour, placing power off the tee at a premium.
Anthony Kim.
Rookie Anthony Kim also digs the long ball, ranking 10th in driving distance for the season. With 4 top 10s in 07, including a tie for 3rd at the Zurich Classic of New Orleans, AK has positioned himself for a run at the FedEx Cup.
It's the first year that they have the FedEx Cup, and obviously there's going to be a lot of tough competition, but that's where you want your name on top. That's why we practice.
And here's a look at the driving distance leaders who qualified for the 2nd round of the PGA Tour playoffs for the FedEx Cup. Of the players listed, only Tiger Woods is among the top 10 in the FedEx Cup point standings. At the inaugural Deutsche Bank Championship in 2003, 23-year-old Aussie Adam Scott fired a career-low round and a then course record 62 in the 2nd round. For the week, Scott posted 4 rounds in the 60s, capturing his first PGA Tour title.
Inaugural Deutsche Bank Championship, inaugural PGA Tour win for Adam Scott.
Up next, we'll go outside the ropes with Barclays runner-up KJ Choi at his home in Houston.
So Albert, you've been to the playoffs. We have ours coming up. Any advice for me?
You have to put your game face on.
My game face?
It's all about intimidation. It's like this. Now try it. Just keep working on your game.
Albert, does it work with the rally cap?
Try not to get behind.
I kind of like it.
For those with a passion to break through. For those who think beyond. For those who aim higher. For those who demand a secure environment. For those who don't just look left and right, but see things from a whole new perspective. We're there for you. Deutsche Bank. a passion to perform.
So, Jerome, we got the playoffs coming up for the first time. You got any advice?
Well, Jim, it all starts with a proper pregame meal.
Pregame meal?
Yeah, you gotta eat healthy. Like those eggs, too much cholesterol. Pancakes, not good. And that bacon, bad for you. Real bad. Jim Furyk will be a lean, mean golfing machine.
But I'm still gonna be hungry.
You're supposed to be hungry. It's the playoffs. Could you pass the syrup? And the butter, too?
High drive.
1640 Hammond Street, Bangor is the home of the sports arena and BangorTickets.com.
My idea, phone, cable, and internet all together and save me some money.
Switch to Time Warner Cable.
Yeah, here's an idea. Unlimited calls all the time.
Download music in seconds, not hours. Forget about DSL.
I want free local channels and sports in HD. I won't get that with satellite.
We think like you think, so we make it easy to get everything you need on our advanced fiber network. Save hundreds of dollars a year when you get digital cable, Roadrunner high-speed online, and digital phone together. Time Warner Cable, the power of you.
Your business drives our own. Deutsche Bank, a passion to perform. At the Bridgestone Invitational, Tiger Woods continued his dominance of the World Golf Championships. One back of Rory Sabatini to start the final round, Woods fired a bogey-free 65. As the only man to break par for the week, Woods cruised to an 8-shot victory.
He is becoming a player to watch, that's for sure, world class.
이게 하나님이 특별히 2007 so far has been a great year for me. I can't get over the fact that I've won 2 big tournaments.
With 2 victories on the season, KJ Choi raised his career victory total to 6, making him the most prolific winner among Asian-born players in PGA Tour history. His 2 titles this year came a month apart and from 2 living legends, Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus.
The memorial was a very special win for me. I feel just honored enough as it is just to be living in the same period as Jack is living. I started learning golf by reading Jack's books, and here I am to have won his tournament. I can't even put into the words how big it is for me. The win at Jack's tournament was a foundation for me to prepare, to work harder for the next tournament. And I think that's why I was able to win Tiger's tournament at the 18th National.
It's KJ in DC. A second win of the year.
Choi's victories this season and a runner-up at the Barclays have launched him into second in the FedEx Cup point standings. An unexpected yet pleasant surprise for the South Korean.
Being where I am in the FedEx ranking is actually not something that I thought I would be at this point. It's something that just happened naturally by praying hard, by preparing myself mentally and physically. And I think that's just a testament of all the hard work that I've done.
Faith, family, and community are Choi's biggest motivations. And when he's home in Houston, golf comes second.
Family is definitely a very important part of my life. Without a happy family, my golf career would not be happy. After every tournament, I come back home and I become a family dad. And I take my kids out, take them to the school. I go out, support David to his baseball games. I become a fan, a gallery, so to speak, and cheer for my son. And I realize that that's not an easy job to really cheer for someone that you really care about.
He cheers me on very well. He makes our team encourage,
on winning.
It just gave me time to reflect on what the fans go through when they come and see me, and it just helped me to become a better parent and a better person.
Hey! That's good.
At the 2004 Deutsche Bank Championship, Vijay Singh met Tiger Woods in a final round showdown with the #1 world ranking on the line.
This was the one time that somebody was going to overtake him. I mean, everybody thought it was going to take longer, but obviously what Vijay did was a phenomenal year.
All the people there knew this could be Vijay going to #1.
You could see in Tiger that he didn't really want to give up that #1 ranking, not to Vijay, not to anybody.
A huge percentage of the crowd wanted Tiger to win. It was like, come on, Tiger, you can be the Tiger of old. And I think the crowd really was behind Tiger.
Vijay had the kind of year where he finally deserved to be #1, and that tournament was a microcosm of his year.